records from the 1860s, shown here on this slide. We had overall about 400 members of that time. Our honorary members included Prince Albert, the husband of Queen Victoria, and we had numerous foreign honorary members. Some of them you can see here. Women didn't feature very much in the Botanical Society at that time. They had a special category called extraordinary members. And out of all the 400 members, there were only about a dozen women. We've always had a very close association with the RBGE, and our archive is hosted in their library at present. Over the time since we started, various societies have merged with us. And in 1935, the Cryptogamic Society of Scotland merged with what was the Botanical Society of Edinburgh at that time. And our remit these days is to promote the study of plants in the widest sense of the word, including algae, fungi, mosses, liverworts, lichens, etc. And we do this through a winter lecture program, a summer field meetings program. We have publications, student awards and grants, and we run projects and conferences. And John Grace will talk about our Urban Flora project in a minute or two. Our publications include our news, which all our members receive. On the right of your screen here, you can see the contents of our most recent edition. So we have an article by Tom Dargy on cool links and golf and how environmental science and planning work together, or not, as the case may be. An article on glyphosate-resistant herbicides, and several articles where people report on their independent summer fieldwork this summer. Unusual plants, poisonous plants found in Edinburgh parks, all sorts of things. Our standard members also receive our academic journal, Plant Ecology and Diversity. This comes out several times a year. It's a peer-reviewed journal and we cover a wide range of topics. People who subscribe to this can also gain online access back to all our publications starting in 1844, and there's a mine of fascinating information back there if you ever want to try it. Our winter lecture program last year got off to a very good start, and then everything started to go wrong in February when Tom Dargy's talk in Inverness had to be cancelled due to absolutely atrocious weather. And then of course, COVID hit, so all our activities after that were cancelled. Just to highlight on this slide that although most of our in-person lectures are held in Edinburgh, last winter we ran lectures in Dundee, Inverness and Perth as well. These are in association with local societies, and we could run them in other cities in Scotland if local societies would like to get in touch with us about it. We also give out student prizes and grants. Each year we award an annual student dissertation prize. This year it went to Liam Morton of Scottish SRUC for his dissertation on Phytophthora. These dissertations are submitted to us by the exam boards of the respective universities. We reviewed our grants and prizes in December 2019 and increased the value of several of the awards. And we extended our advertising of these awards through Brisk. Now, we didn't receive any applications this year, and that was probably partly tangled up with lockdown and everything else that was going on. But we are usually undersubscribed on these awards, and we would like to find ways of getting better take-up of them. I should also add that these awards are funded by the interest from several generous bequests we've received, notably most recently from Basil Ribbons and Sheila Mary Reid. This summer, of course, we had to cancel everything just as the BSBI had to, but several of our members went out recording independently within their allowed distances for our Urban Flora project. And of course, the Urban Flora project was absolutely perfect for the situation this summer. We delayed our AGM and we had to move our autumn 2020 lectures online. The lectures so far have gone very well. We've had 2 of them, and if anybody's interested, they can go away and find the recordings of them. To make up for the lack of fieldwork, John Grace set up a blog for us called Botany in Scotland. This covers a range of themes. People review scientific papers, discuss particular topics. We have a plant of the week, and we also have a learn section aimed at people who are beginning plant identification. This blog's been pretty successful. We're really quite pleased with it. We've had about 5,000 views so far from all over the world, mostly the UK, but everywhere pretty well, Chile even. At the bottom of this screen, you can see some of our most recent items that have been put up. A notable thing for us has been the public inquiry about cool links, where there was an application to put a golf course onto a site that's an SSSI, it's a local protection area, and it's a Ramsar wetland, so protected at both local and international levels. The BSS put in objections at the local planning stage and after the call in to Scottish ministers as well. There was a public inquiry early in 2019, but the decision wasn't reached till February of 2020. It was partly drawn out because the applicants submitted their final documents extremely late. Anyway, planning permission was refused this February. But unfortunately, recently a new application has been received. It's a different applicant, but the layout on the sand dunes is exactly the same. And there are extra developments close by as well. So we've got to keep an eye on that. It's worth pointing out that the Highland Council do have the right to refuse an application when a similar one has been rejected in the preceding 2 years. So we'll just be waiting to see what happens there. Tom Dargy was one of the key objectors to the original application and has spent very many hours working his way over the sand dunes, working out the implications of the impact of different teas and greens and so on the most sensitive vegetation areas. And this summer we awarded him an honorary fellowship in recognition of his terrific efforts. Well, that's all for now. We need to sort out whether we go on to John Grace's presentation or back to Lynn's one where we had trouble with the video. There are some useful links just at the bottom of this screen. If you want to follow what's happening with Cool Links, go to www.coollinksgolf.com. There's some very interesting information there. So I shall stop sharing.
Right, thanks, Julia. I'm going to give it a go sharing Lynn's video and see if we can do that.
Okay, so back to Lynn's presentation. That's fine, thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to today's meeting, which is of course taking place virtually. It would have been good to see you all in person, but that is not possible at present. However, I think you may all be able to see me. Despite the very different circumstances we find ourselves in this year, we have not ground to a halt, even though we have not been able to hold any field meetings except in small groups, and most of our regular committees have been by Zoom. When you look back, BSBI members have made significant progress, not least of which is sending in all our botanical records for Atlas 2020 by the end of year deadline. And since then, checking, validating, and writing species accounts. Well done, everyone. We will see the results in a few years' time. If you are not yet a BSBI member, take a look at our Atlas 2020 webpage to find out more. 2020 began with the New Year plant hunt, and we are planning another hunt, our 10th, from the 1st to the 4th of January 2021. I'll be taking part here in Cumbria, and I hope you'll take part too, wherever you are based. There was a new initiative this year, the Guardian Wildflower Hunt, and this was launched at the end of March, just as we went into lockdown. This proved to be very popular, and 808 contributions have been made with many thousands of records. We've all been able to keep in touch through BSBI News and Views blog, where there have been monthly posts from me, but perhaps more informatively from Kevin Walker, our head of science, and his Wildflower of the Month. Training videos, virtual workshops, plus much more information is on our website and has enabled us all to share and learn. 2 years ago, we began to look at our future, and after many meetings and wide consultation with members, we now have a BSBI strategy for the period 2021 to 24. We also have a governance plan, which includes how we organise and manage ourselves, the processes and procedures we use, and how we take decisions. These will form the basis for future action and running the society. There are 3 main aims. The first one, build a diverse community of botanists to sustain and develop the skill base. The second, provide high quality impartial data and interpretation for research, and to help address biodiversity loss and climate change. Third, disseminate information to drive a passion for plants. I really hope that you can be involved in ways that you choose in helping us build on the main strengths of the BSBI. We also completed the BSBI policy on nature conservation, which is available on the website. We finalised the Viscounty Recorder's guidelines and made available our online scientific journal, British and Irish Botany. This year, I've not been into my Viscounty at all, due to the restrictions on travel and the fact that the ferries were soon booked up once these restrictions were lifted. It's the first time in 25 years that I have not been on either Mull, Cole or Tiree. However, records have been sent in to me by locals who have been able to travel around their islands more easily, owing to the lack of visitors. But this restriction has allowed me more time to investigate my local area. And those who have been following my blog will see I have been learning about hoverflies, bees, rare butterflies, archaeology, and also painted landscapes on local nature reserves. These activities have provided much great. Congratulations go to Alan Leslie, who has been awarded this year's President Prize for his Flora of Cambridgeshire, published at the end of 2019. Alan has spent many years in the field and in herbaria and libraries undertaking work for this impressive volume. I know that most BSBI members are resilient and inventive, and I feel quite sure that none of you have been letting the grass grow under your feet. I suspect the opposite is the case, and those of you who have gardens have spent time working in them and simply enjoying them. Others might have window boxes or plant pots. Whatever shape or form the plants take, I find them fascinating, sustaining, and beautiful, which is why I'm a botanist. I'm also sure that many BSBI members will have similar feelings, which is the passion for plants that we share. This is my first experience of being a virtual president, and there will be a few more items to come from me in December about our virtual events. A Christmas message. Do I feel like the Queen? No way. And then the New Year plant hunt will start on New Year's Day in 2021. There's an interesting programme of talks lined up for us all today. We're crossing our fingers that the technology works and that we can all enjoy the day's proceeding. So, without further news from me, let us begin. Bye, everyone.
Hello, me back again. I think what I will do now, we're running a bit late because of the complications. And what I will do now is just pass you straight over to John Grace. He's Emeritus Professor at the University of Edinburgh, former President of the Botanical Society of Scotland, and the initiator of the Urban Flora Project, which he's going to talk about today. So over to you, John.
Well, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes, okay, good. So welcome to the Urban Flora Project of the Botanical Society of Scotland. Our project has been running now for 5 years, so we're quite well on in the process. We're beginning to think about analysis. The aim of the project is to describe and to understand the flora of our towns and cities all over Scotland. And of course, it's been an interesting year. Council workers and their knapsack sprayers have been locked down. And this means that plants can flourish in their full glory. And we've seen lots of plants that we've never seen before, like that lovage growing outside my house on the left-hand side. We've seen a lot of things that we haven't seen before. We've captured more data, even though we've been only making individual forays because our group meetings had to be cancelled. So let's move on and see what we've got for you this morning. Now, so what we do is we record species, their habitat, and their abundance. And we accumulate these data on the database called iRecord. And iRecord enables us to make maps and do various other things, and soon analysis. A milestone this year is that Brian Ballinger produced a checklist of the plants that we found. So there are 1,200 species that we've discovered in urban sites. And recently we conducted a little poll amongst our group to see which ones we should consider for further analysis. And when we come to publication, which ones should we focus on? And so we've got 482 notable species. We call them notable species, of which 69 are neophytes. That's about 14.5%. And of these neophytes, 18 are relatively new arrivals. So there are quite a lot of new arrivals in Scotland. Of these 18, 10 are neophytes. But in my talk, I'm going to concentrate on these 18 new arrivals. Now, here they are. And what you can see here is some of them are fairly rare. Some you hardly ever see in Scotland. And I've indicated which ones are neophytes. They're the ones in red. And which ones are natives, rather few. Nonia lutea, for example, we found last year on the tram line, the Edinburgh tram line. We weren't the first people to see it, but I think we were the second people to see it. And Parietaria officinalis turned up in Edinburgh, found by Maria and David Chamberlain. I think it's one other site in Scotland, rather northern site. So we've got this list of interesting plants, and I think it can be expanded upon. Let's see something about them. Well, what we can see here is the first one I've picked to look at is water bent grass. It comes from the Mediterranean. And this grass has expanded its range in a most spectacular manner. It was hardly known in Britain in 1986, although there is a record at Galashiels in 1904, indicating a possible link with the wool industry. But look, in the 1990s, it was to be found in the south of England. It spread rapidly northwards and entered Scotland in Edinburgh and Glasgow, and up there in the Murray Firth as well. So that's an interesting pattern of distribution. And then we go to the next one, the great lettuce, rather similar to the prickly lettuce, much taller and some other differences. And this one was southeastern in Britain, and is spread up the east part of our nation, and is now present in both Edinburgh and Glasgow, and some records further north as well. And then we have pampas grass. There are two species of pampas grass. They are sometimes confused. I've confused them in the past. In fact, this interesting tweet by Mick Crawley sets us straight. So the one on the left, the one that looks like lollipops, comes from Argentina, and it's Celoana. And the one on the right that looks rather drooping and melancholy comes from New Zealand. Now, the one on the left is a bit more common in England than in Scotland, and the one on the right, a bit more common in Scotland than England. But if we focus on Celoana, we can see that it was southwestern, and it has expanded its range, and is found in Scotland, and is becoming more common in Scotland. Both of them are widely available at garden centres, and I suppose their dispersal is largely aided by human activities. In fact, last night I walked down my street, and there are seedlings of Cortaderia richardii along the pavement, growing next to the road. Quite a lot of them. And now we've got the Mexican fleabane, a rather happy looking little plant, a daisy with pink tinges. And likewise, it's available at garden centres. It appeared particularly in the southwest, and then has spread further north, and is now in Scotland, and even far north it can be found. And then the fleabanes, Edinburgh VC 83 has got 4 of these Conisia species. And the one on the left, the photo on the left, it shows a fleabane trying to enter the Edinburgh College of Art by the side door, because when I took this picture, which was around, I think, the end of June or maybe the beginning of July, no one was around to pull up the weeds. And there it is. That's how it likes to grow. And we can see that it is a relative newcomer to Scotland, and it has gradually moved, and it's now quite regular in certain parts of Scotland, lots of it in Edinburgh. And I found it last year in Ayr, next to the theatre. Now, what do we do with data like this? Well, we like to ask the question, what are the special attributes of these 18 species that enable them to travel north? And if we want to investigate the attributes of a group of species that we've identified, then one way to do it is to go to this publication by Mark Hill and others, published by the Center of Ecology and Hydrology, which lists the attributes of some 1,887, I think it is, species. And so we can pick out the species of interest and we can do some analysis. So, for instance, here are some data. We're looking at the July temperature from which the plants come in Britain. We're looking at the precipitation of their sites. We're looking at Ellenberg's nitrogen values for the species, and we're looking at the Ellenberg pH or reaction of those particular species. So if we take the whole of the 1,887, which is a kind of approximation to the British flora, we can see that they come from a temperature regime of about 14.9. The precipitation is 1,031, and so on. Now, if we take our notable neophytes, well, they come from somewhat warmer climes and rather drier and rather higher in nitrogen and rather higher in pH as well. And so we can say that these notable neophytes, they have a kind of a tendency to like warm, dry, calcareous sites. And if we look at the new ones, the 18 that I mentioned, although not all are present in Plant at the database, we can see it's even more true that they like these warmer, drier, and calcareous habitats. And all of them, and I'm only shown 8 here, all of them are found quite widespread in Europe. And you can see that we in Scotland are at the northern fringe of their distribution, and they barely get into Scandinavian countries. They're rather similar distributions, 1 or 2 differences. So both this one, the Senecio, and the Mind Your Own Business plant, they don't like very hot places. So there are some differences, but some overall similarities. So you can see where this is going. We have the hypothesis that some European species are spreading northwards in response to climate change. And it's interesting that if you look at the patterns of distribution, you can see they tend to avoid the high ground, which of course is colder. And if they spread north, they tend to cling to the east. And there's an interesting consistent colonization pattern. Many of these species, they go to Edinburgh and Glasgow first before they go to the rest of Scotland. And are we talking about the urban heat island effect? Well, I came across this paper in a building technology journal, not a journal I browse often, but a group at the Met Office have looked into this urban heat island effect. And the map on the right shows the July temperatures, where red is warmer than the surrounding rural sites. And you can see that London is pretty warm, 2 degrees warmer than the surroundings. And so is Birmingham and Manchester and Liverpool. But if we move to Scotland, we see just a little bit of warming around Glasgow, hardly perceptible around Edinburgh, and strangely up there in the Moray Firth, a little pink spot. So it's not a huge difference between cities and rural areas. Let's look at climatological gradients in Britain. On the right-hand side, you can see the temperature anomalies for summertime. And what this highlights is massive interannual variability, which I think we know as humans, as gardeners and as botanists. On the left-hand side is the absolute temperatures. And what we see here is in the summertime, the lowlands of Scotland and the coastal areas, and particularly up there in the Moray Firth, is between 12 and 14 degrees average temperature in the summer, compared with about 16 in England. So it's a 2 to 4 degree difference between England and Scotland. And what about climate warming? Well, here's recent compilation of the data, 2020, and the green one is Scotland. And you can see the trend of warming fairly clearly in relation to the long-term averages. And what we can say there is that since about 1980, Scotland has warmed by about 1 degree, no more. And we can do a sort of back of the envelope calculation. This is a bit speculative, but we can say that if it continues to warm by 1 degree every 30 years, and if Scotland stays 3 degrees colder, then the back of the envelope calculation says it would take 90 years for the south of Scotland to reach the south of England's temperature. And that implies that the isotherms, they're migrating at 15 kilometers per year. Now, the question arises, wind-dispersed species, can they move that fast? Well, I think some of them probably can, and some of them can't. Some of them require a bit of help from human beings and from motor cars, and particularly motor car tires to get around. But probably most species can migrate at that rate. So we can make some conclusions. We're seeing migration of a number of species from southern to northern Britain. I believe that the cause is rising temperature. There are other possible causes too. The characteristics of these species, their attributes, are well suited to urban habitats. Some of them may become invasive. Some are invasive in other countries, in other regions. And if this carries on, then northern Britain will become more species rich, more biodiverse in thermophilic plants. And of course, in a meeting like this, I needn't add that biological recording of the sort that we all do is more relevant than ever to track these changes. No, the urban flora is a team effort. A number of people, those listed here, have contributed through our monthly meetings and our field meetings, ideas, planning, knowledge of plants, organization, discussion, photos, and data. We also have many others. We work often with other societies, the BSBI quite often, and various natural history groups. And we welcome newcomers particularly those who know their plants, but even beginners.
Of course, a project like this, when you can.
Oh, that's the end. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, John. I think we've got time for just one question. There are a lot of questions coming in, and perhaps you can have a look at them on the Q&A and maybe answer some of them or later by typing them in, or we can have another go at them in the Q&A at lunchtime. But there's just one question which is I'll put to you now. And that question is from Susan Thomas, who asks, might the plants discovered first in Edinburgh and Glasgow reflect the density of recorders there?
Yes, I think that's right. Everything we do as field botanists, I suppose there are two basic assumptions that underlie everything we do. One is that we all know our species, and the other thing is that there is a more or less uniform density of recorders. And many times those basic assumptions are violated. That's how life is. So it is possible that the early appearance of plants in cities is because more botanists live in cities. I agree. Don't know what you can do about it though.
Okay, thank you very much, John. I think in order to not get too far out of our original programme, we ought to hand over to Jim now for his presentation on the BSBI Scottish Year. I don't really think Jim needs much introduction from me because everybody here knows him. He's the BSBI's Scottish officer and has taken on several other roles as well. And he's the county recorder for Mid-Perthshire. So over to you, Jim.
Thank you, Julia. Good morning, everyone. Let me share my screen. That didn't work. Try again. Okay. Yeah, sorry, finger trouble. Here we go. Yes. Right, we're off. Okay, so here are the highlights of the BSBI's work over the past 12 months since the last Scottish Botanist Conference. Wow, how the world has changed in 12 months. I'll come back to this slide a little later, but it's a beautiful shot taken about 9:30 beside one of the most remote Munros in Scotland at about 800 metres during a botanical expedition I made in the summer. Okay, I'm going to show a few slides from last year. This is cheating slightly, but none of my 2020 slides have more than one botanist at a time in any of the shots. So I thought it might be nice to show a few images of perhaps happier times. So no social distancing here. And the other point of showing this slide is that 2019 was the very last of the Atlas 2020 project, last year of the 2020 project, to map the distribution of every flowering plant species growing in the wild by sampling squares in every 10 by 10 kilometre square throughout Britain and Ireland. We had a particular problem in Scotland because of our remote terrain, and one way we plugged gaps was I hired big country piles in remote places. I stuffed them as full as I could with botanists. We had the services of a lovely volunteer cook, Hilary Hawker, who cooked fantastic family meals. We sent the botanists out in 2s and 3s to the 4 Airs to record. We came home to tea and cake, homemade, of course, or beer on hot days, and had big family meals around a big table. It finished the evening looking at plant specimens. And the amount of learning that goes on in these trips is just amazing. It's great fun. And this is the ground we covered here. So this is the lodge we stayed at was just on the east side of Loch Ness. So you can see a number of squares we covered, and some of our most exciting finds around the edge. So I suppose another point of showing these slides from 2019 is to say, thank goodness, COVID-19 didn't actually affect us in 2019, or that would have been a real spanner in the works. And it is lovely to see all those happy botanists together again. But also, perhaps more to the point, with all that field work that was done last year, a record amount of field work, there's a huge amount of digitization and data checking to be done. And you can see from this slide, isn't the DDB or BSBI database fantastic? This is analysis of all the records that were added to the database month by month during last year for Scotland. And what it shows is that even quite late on in the year, in September, there's more than 30,000 records being collected. But significant numbers, even October, November, even some in December. And all those records had to be digitized and checked. A huge effort. Okay, hashtag extreme botany. This photograph was taken on the 31st of December last year, the very last day of the 20-year project. And here am I, notice the ice on the Lochan there, and the snow on top of Ben Nevis in the distance. Here am I doing a bit of last minute Atlas 2020 montane botany, recording things like trailing azalea and Juncus trifidus, Diphasiastrum alpinum, alpine club moss. Okay, but another chart from the DDB. This shows the number of records, Atlas 2020 records, collected in Scotland year by year over the 20-year period. And I think the note here is just how close to 400,000 records we got in the final year. And that was an all-time record. And this chart shows the total number of records collected for Atlas actually exceeds the number of records collected prior to the Atlas period. So what I'm saying here, during the 20 years of Atlas period in Scotland, we collected 4.4 million records. For the previous 200 odd years, we collected less than that. It's an astonishing effort. And so I'd like to thank everybody who contributed in any way towards it. It was a splendid effort. Okay, back to happier times. This is a group photograph, but it is taken in 2019 of our BSBI Christmas lunch at the Water of Leith Cafe. It's our annual social event we organise for members who live in East Central Scotland. And I'd love to be able to announce the date of this year's Christmas lunch, but sadly, I don't think it's going to happen. That was relatively quickly followed by our New Year plant hunt in Scotland. We collected over 1,000 records by 90 recorders. You can see the distribution of the records. This kind of ties in quite closely with the urban plant project. The total number of species recorded in midwinter was 175, amazingly, still in flower. And the most popular, the most commonly recorded species, perhaps unsurprisingly, were daisy, groundsel, and gorse. So there will be a New Year plant hunt on the 1st to the 4th of January 2021. We'd love everyone to participate. It's very flexible. You can take part by yourself or with others in your bubble, or if the restrictions relax, you can get out with friends. Okay, I noticed Dan Watson showing his holiday snaps yesterday, but here's one of my holiday snaps. This is me skiing in lovely Austria in early March, catching coronavirus, sadly. So 2 weeks later, I'm in hospital, patient 0 in Fort William A&E, and it was a pretty scary experience, I have to say. I was pretty ill, and it took me a long time to fully recover. So the second casualty of coronavirus in Scotland, as far as BSBI was concerned, were spring recording conferences. Now, this photograph was taken in 2019. This is what it should have looked like. We should have had talks about that, Atlas, post-Atlas projects, the BSS Urban Flora project, and everybody's looking forward to it. Loads of people had booked on it, and of course it had to be cancelled after all that effort. Very sadly. The third casualty, we had a fantastic program of workshops for beginners to help them learn to identify wild flowers, generally a beginner's course. With workshops on sedges and brushes for beginners and grasses for beginners. It's a whole team of volunteers set up, venues booked, booking pages, posters, and sadly the whole thing had to be cancelled after more than 30 bookings. And yes, another casualty. We've gone to a huge amount of effort to plan a great annual summer meeting based down at Melrose at the Waverley Castle Hotel. We had more than 25 field outings planned. Loads of people had booked and paid, and sadly, again, it all had to be cancelled. Indeed, the hotel went bust. So we quickly put our heads together and came up with a little project that people could safely engage with even during lockdown. And we came up with a garden wildflower hunt. And the idea behind this project was to get people out looking at plants again, identifying plants. And we asked them to look for native or archaeophyte, naturally occurring species in their own gardens. And we had more than 3,400 records sent in from Scotland. I think the 690 species, perhaps for the entire project across the British Isles, it is a remarkable number nevertheless. And it is amazing that there are 3 gardens with more than 170 native or naturally occurring species. I think it might have been something to do with the timing, but the most popularly recorded species was dandelion. So I expect these people are taking part during April and May. So one of my winter tasks was to add national data sets to the database to help plug all those gaps in remote areas, and also to plug gaps in under-recorded species like aquatics and montane species. So I'm very grateful to all these organizations for sharing their data with us and making their data available. And it made a huge difference. Of course, all this additional data doesn't make the task of the statisticians who must try to tease out underlying trends between the Atlas 2020 dataset and previous datasets any easier. Although, to be fair, some of these initiatives, like SNH's standing waters monitoring, is quite similar to the Scottish Loch Survey, and similarly the SNH monitoring of SSSIs, vascular plant SSSIs, that's rather similar to the Scottish Rare Plant Project, both of which took place back in the 1990s. With some great contributions from local recording centres, and we're very grateful for the contribution from the BSS, from their Urban Flora project. That site condition monitoring project, I should mention, there's lots of people involved in that. Possibly too many to name names, but Ian Strawn, Nick Stewart, Andy Amphlett, all merit I mentioned. As far as the site condition monitoring vascular plant project, this is a really important initiative to capture all the data that SNH had collected during their site condition monitoring over the past 20 years. And they very kindly gave the BSBI financial support to employ a contractor. I worked with a contractor and we digitized every field and every raw data sheet for more than 4,000 nationally rare, nationally scarce species across Scotland. And all that data is now on the BSBI database. So this is an example of the raw data sheet of Astragalus alpinus on Benbracky, and that was a great project. And I did actually manage to get out in the field a few times myself. I did a little bit of marsh saxifrage monitoring on in the Pentlands. It's one of our very few European protected species. I wonder what's going to happen to them after we leave the EU. This particular population was fenced off, and the fence was to control grazing. So the idea was not to stop grazing; it was just to allow us to control it. So that the exclosure has gates, and currently they're closed. And currently the population, well, when I monitored it, it was flowering rather nicely and flowering more freely than I'd ever seen it before. So that was very pleasing. Now, let me get my notes. And to maintain sanity, I did get out with a bunch of friends as well, all socially distanced, with one-man tents. Here's two of us in tents in the top left there, camping about 700 meters up in the Ben Jerrig Hills near Ullapool. We saw it was really a twitching trip, a plant twitching trip. It was great fun. We saw some fantastic species. We saw two Norvegicas, Nathalium norvegicum, or is it Omlatheca? I think it is now. So that's Norwegian codweed, and Norwegian mugwort, Artemisia norvegica. And the flowers, the scenery, it was brilliant fun. And of course, we did a lot of general recording as well, which will contribute to Atlas 2040. Just thinking ahead. Hashtag extreme botany alert again. Here is me doing a bit of aquatic surveying. I can't remember what I saw, but it did get quite a good haul of aquatics swimming around in that lochen. Okay, final slide. Yes, we're very grateful to SNH for their continuing support. Our funding ran out last March, and we're very pleased that it was renewed from April for another 1 year. And we're very grateful to our anonymous donor for the match funding, which also came in at that time. And indeed, we're grateful to all our partners, especially SNH, or as I should now say, Nature Scots, and the Royal Botanic Garden, Edinburgh, and of course, to you, all our members and all our volunteers, and to everyone who has contributed to botany in Scotland. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Jim. Just to say, we've got about 106 participants online at present. There's something going wrong with my sound. One very quick question. Jacqueline Jenkins says, are garden flower records still required, or is it too late to send mine in?
No, I think you've got until the end of the year. So yes, you can do it right up until the 31st of December. And then the next day you can start your New Year plant hunt.
That sounds like a plan. Okay, thank you. I think it's time for our coffee break. But although we're running a tiny bit late, we will start promptly again at 11:20. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
See you later. Oh, and don't forget, during the break, it's your last chance to vote for the photographic competition. Go to the conference microsite to access the photos, and also think about questions and answers for the Q&A session that is happening at 12 o'clock. Thank you very much. See you later.
Morning, Katie. Sorry, I don't have my video on.
Let's see. Hello, I was on mute. How are you?
Because we're probably going to be heard by everybody. I just wanted to.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Somebody wave. Thank you. Great. Okay, well, let's get on with our program for the day. Next up is Katie Hayden, who she's quarantine and plant health officer at the RBGE, and she's studying the ecology of pathogens in traded plants. And her talk today is about biosecurity, biodiversity, and the pandemic. So over to you, Katie.
Let's see here. Right. All right. Are we on the right screen there? That's the obligatory question. Can someone give me a wave? Correct screen? Good. All right, here we go then. Oh. Can you hear me?
Katie, if
Yes.
you can hear.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
good.
you're on presenter mode, Katie, if you can hear me.
Ah, okay. See, that's how it goes.
Okay.
And it worked so well in the practice, and it worked so well when I actually recorded it. Let's try that again. Now is it working? Good.
Perfect.
All right. There we go. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks to the organizers for putting up with my nonsense, which there's been a lot of. So thank all of you. I'll just jump right in by wishing everyone a happy International Year of Plant Health. Certain other issues have overshadowed this, what was to be a special year for that reason. But in this talk, I'll be going through a little bit of how some of the concepts that have unfortunately become all too familiar to us this year apply just as well to plant diseases. I'll plug two special issues that I highly recommend you check out. This year's Sabaldia from RBGE and the BG Journal from BGCI are both dedicated to plant health and biosecurity and conservation horticulture, and both are available freely online. Today, this talk certainly won't be the first time that you've heard that emerging plant diseases threaten biodiversity. The IUCN reported last year that more than half of Europe's endemic trees are threatened with extinction, and a huge part of that threat is from invasive and emerging pests, including pathogens. It's difficult to miss the harm that emerging diseases are doing to Scottish plants. You may have seen juniper, common juniper, going bronze and then brown and then skeletal, like these in Glentrool. They were infected by Phytophthora ostracedri, which is the same pathogen that killed the iconic Juniperus rigida in RBGE's rock garden. And If you're in Edinburgh, you certainly don't have to go very far to find emerging diseases. The cycle paths are lined with dying ash trees, and I expect it's probably the same in many UK cities and towns. And it's not to mention the elms that have held on for so long and are slowly going down to Dutch elm disease. And you may even have seen these golden root mealybugs in your home garden. They're a recent introduction from New Zealand. Unlike most mealybugs, they can overwinter outdoors in Scotland. They're hard to see and really difficult to get rid of. These are they. You might think they were just a speck of vermiculite. But there they are, and they've become widespread in the horticultural plant trade. They have a wide host range, and most plants can tolerate some level of infestation, but some, including primula and Meconopsis is one of importance in ornamentals, struggle with even small infestations. So while we know that ash dieback and Ostracedri are really harmful for our Scottish biodiversity, we still don't know what will be the ultimate outcome of this invasion. And to be clear, I'm not saying that this will cause the same kind of widespread disease, but we just don't know. But I do suggest that you check the root zone of any plants that you buy. Now, this year also marks the end of the UN Decade for Biodiversity. The Coalition on Biological Diversity released its final report last month, and sadly, we did not meet those targets set out 10 years ago. Now, if business continues as usual, the CBD projects that we'll continue to lose natural habitats and forests, along with more conflict with animals and more risks of contracting new diseases from them, like the virus that has changed our lives this year. And we're on track for 3 degrees warming by the end of this century. Now, the UN has declared the next decade, starting in 2021, to be the decade on ecosystem restoration. And the CBD has laid out a set of 20-year targets for interlinked and interdependent strategies to move towards sustainable and comprehensive biological diversity conservation. Especially of interest to plant health and conservation are transition strategies toward coordinated land and forest management, as well as climate action, sustainable agriculture, and food. But most of all is the One Health transition that they've highlighted as an overarching framework and is a need to understand the links between conserving genetic diversity and individual species, community, and ecosystem health. This broad view is very much needed. We know that most invasive forest pests in the US and Europe were imported on plants for planting. And we've seen that high traffic sites, or especially those that are close to plant trading operations or to large scale plantings, whether they're commercial or for conservation, are at risk for new pest introductions that can lead to emerging disease. But risk factors for new introductions are not the only issue. The bark beetle outbreaks in the US and Europe in recent years, as in this photo, are a good illustration. The beetles, as I'm sure this is a familiar story, the beetles are attracted to stressed trees. Hotter, drier summers are giving them those stressed trees. And it's been compounded, especially in the US, by a shift from indigenous management to fire suppression. And dense stands with a lot of dead wood from beetles and from other diseases, like Phytophthora ramorum, in fact, have helped to contribute to recent years' catastrophic fires. And these have often burned hot, gone up into the upper canopy, killed the mature trees that would or might normally benefit from a burn. And speaking of Phytophthora ramorum, the sudden larch death epidemic is an example of these kinds of interacting effects. Phytophthora ramorum emerged in the UK in 2000, I have 2005, I think it's 2004, in parks and gardens. It was introduced through the plant trade on ornamentals, where it causes a foliar blight or can also be completely unnoticed. It, during this early epidemic, would cause sometimes fatal infections on hardwoods, but that wasn't the primary epidemic. In 2009, it made a host jump to larch, and you'll have seen the hillsides of larch plantations either dead or being cleared. Larch produce more spores when they're infected than any other host. They can do this before they show any symptoms. That is, they can be pre-symptomatic super spreaders. In fact, combined with the fact that they're grown in dense hectare scale stands with no social distancing, this creates an epidemiological nightmare. We know that a number of Scottish native plants are susceptible to ramorum, quite a large number. And we know that a number of hosts are moderately susceptible. That is, they can get infected, but only if there's a high spore pressure, like if they're growing under a larch tree. We also know that degrees of susceptibility can be overcome by evolution on the pathogen's part. And whether that's likely to happen or not depends on quite a lot of different factors. But the high spore pressure alone creates a new risk to Scottish plants that we might do better to avoid. This brings us to a central paradox in conservation and restoration horticulture. Live plant movements are the primary pathway for pest introductions. Growing and translocating plants is essential for conservation and restoration. So we in conservation horticulture have to reckon with how to reduce risks associated with propagating plants and with conservation restorations, in fact. But this is one of the biggest issues is in nursery propagation. And that's because being a pathogen and invading as a pathogen can be rather difficult. Pest introductions are a numbers game. Of all the propagules that land, very few will probably find a susceptible host and take off. So I'm talking about landing from a distant area into a naive population. But conditions that are good for growing plants are also good for growing pathogens. And we've seen this year how exponential curves work. The larger an outbreak, the more difficult it is to control. And when populations build up, there's a greater chance of adapting to a new environment or to new hosts. And regardless, larger populations are less likely to die out by chance and more likely to be transmitted to other nurseries, to other conservation sites, or out into the wider environment. I don't intend this to be a comprehensive instruction on biosecurity. If you're interested in more details, the special issues I mentioned are worth following up on. Also, there was a great session in the Sabaldia 350 and Plant Network Conference this past week with Suzanne Sharrock of the International Plant Sentinel Network and BGCI. I'll just highlight that just as in emerging human diseases, we see central themes of controlling movement, of inspection, isolation, and quarantine, of keeping hands and surfaces clean, feet, tools, equipment, everything else, and even contact tracing when serious diseases are found. I'll also highlight that I've mentioned here monitoring with different methods for cryptic pathogens. So using molecular detection, isolation by culture, in the seed session, X-rays were mentioned as well. And this is to detect pathogens that may not be causing symptoms, but that are transmitted, that we know are transmitted very easily in nurseries. Phytophthora ostracedri is one of these, and it's believed to have been transmitted to glandrule and other sensitive sites through juniper trees for restoration projects. Liam Morton won the BSS dissertation prize this year for his undergraduate, his honors thesis showing that Phytophthora ostracedri is causing severe disease on Xanthocyparis vietnamensis, which is an endangered conifer in ornamental use and in collection at the Botanics. Now, the last thing we want to do is to inadvertently transmit a pathogen like Phytophthora ostracedri to conservation nurseries in Vietnam and then back into sensitive sites, because in these highly restricted ranges, the plants just can't take another stressor. But it's not always clear what these findings mean, particularly with molecular findings. There are a lot of pests out there. The more we look with newer tools, the more we learn about them. On the left is a figure plotting all the known Phytophthora species as of last autumn by the year they were first described on the x-axis. On the y-axis is the number of host genera reported on the USDA host pathogen, actually host fungal, but oomycete, host fungal-like database. So this is the number of host genera. This is the year the Phytophthora species was described. I've put a dividing line at 1991, which is the year that God and Bruns published ITS timers as a DNA barcode for identifying fungal species. It also works for oomycetes. Before that line, there are 42 species described. After that, 119. And we can see as well, it's remarkable how the number to the right is quite a lot lower than, well, at least up to 1930. It is interesting that between 30 and 91, only specialists were described. I'm not sure what to make of that, but it is fascinating. But here we do see that quite a lot of these have been reported on just a single host or from water or a substrate without any real disease symptoms. But we do see there Phytophthora rumorum and Phytophthora ostracedri. Now, the figure on the right shows us something else. It takes all the species described in before 1996 here. So this is host genera. So this is all of these species, the dots. Each dot is a species that was described prior to 1996. On the x-axis is the number of host genera when they were described or when they were treated in Irwin and Ribeiro's very comprehensive Phytophthora diseases worldwide book. This was the source. On the y-axis is the number of host genera in the database in 2019. Now, as we'd expect, there is a bit of an increase. The intercept is at 4, and the slope is a little bit more than 1.5. So the intercept at 4 tells us that specialists had a few more hosts reported in 2019 than 96, as we expect, because knowledge advances, but they largely remained specialists. However, the more generalist the species, the more hosts it gained. And just for reference, this is Phytophthora citricola. In 96, it had 49 host genera. It's now 23 years later at 116. So we wonder a bit, although it's a bit of a maybe apples and oranges, but we wonder if in 23 years, if we won't be up to 100 or more hosts for Phytophthora rumorum. And this is important. It's not just academic, because while European plant health laws are shifting to a more general approach, statutory decisions on both formal and informal risk assessments are nearly always made on the basis of known host relationships. So we need to have a way of knowing the difference between a species with 1 or 2 hosts that we haven't seen much disease from, that's going to stay that way, one that will become a serious pathogen, whether of a few or many hosts. So to sum up, climate stress, species invasions by global trade, and land use change are synergistic threats to plant biodiversity, and as such, they need a multi-pronged and coordinated response. Restoration and climate mitigation works for biosecurity, conservation, and resilience are necessary and important, and I'm not arguing for a minute they should stop, but they can create added risks of pest introduction. So biosecurity and conservation is essential to mitigate these. And the challenge remains to better understand new and unknown threats and to achieve resilience to the unknown. Thanks very much to my funders and my colleagues, and thanks very much to you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Katie. There's one question come up on the Q&A for you, and I think some more are coming in now, but an anonymous attendee asks, are native primulas endangered by the mealybug? Now, I suppose there's quite a few things you might consider a native primula, but maybe Primula scotica is the one this particular person's thinking about. So can you answer that, please?
Unfortunately, I can't. There may be someone who's worked on it, but I don't know. I just don't know. I would think they're at risk, and I think it would be worth doing some research.
Okay, thank you very much. You can look at the questions in the Q&A, and then hopefully you can either type some answers, or it could be something we can answer later on today. Thank you very much, Katie. Very interesting. I need to go back and watch it again. Okay, so it's now 11:40, and next up on the program is a series of little videos which relate to our poster presentations. So we have two interviews, both done by Jim. First of all, he's talking to Luke Gaskell about his work down in the Scottish borders. Second up is Ian Strawn. And then finally, there's Rebecca Cornwell talking about their project, Antibiotics Beneath Our Feet. The sound for Rebecca's presentation isn't very good because she was out on a very windy site, but nonetheless, I think it's a really nice and interesting video. But I do suggest you go away and look at the poster presentations later on as well. So if we could go first to Luke Gaskell's interview, please.
Hi everyone, I'm with Luke Gaskell, the Vice-County Recorder for Peeblesshire, and Luke is one of our exhibitors this year and has produced a very interesting poster which shows he's been really busy during lockdown. Luke, tell me what you were up to.
Well, because of the COVID restrictions that the government put in place, we were encouraged not to go too far from home. And I thought it'd be fun to have a look at a bit of ground relatively near to where I live and really explore it, have a real good look at it and see what was there. And I chose a square in Selkirkshire, which is perhaps 5 miles from home. And what I did was when I finished work or I had a couple of hours off, I'd get in the car or on the bike and I could go over there, spend an hour or so in a monad, make a list of all the plants that I saw and come back again. And so it was just a way of getting away, putting my troubles behind me, getting out in the sunshine and enjoying myself. And it's actually produced some quite interesting results.
It's good for the soul, isn't it, to get out, and especially just now. But yes, you collected a lot of records, didn't you? How many records? How many monads did you get into?
Well, the 10 by 10 kilometre square doesn't have a full set of monads because some of it's in Roxburghshire and I didn't do those. So there were about 75 monads available and I did 43 of them. And I collected about 7,500 records and 620 odd species or subspecies.
Wow, that's amazing in one 10 kilometre square, isn't it? So what was your most exciting find, perhaps?
I don't know whether one thing particularly stands out, but there were, as you would expect, there were quite a lot of casual and invasive species new records, because the area hasn't been particularly surveyed from that point of view. So they're perhaps not that interesting to some people, but they're quite fun. There are a few species which have turned up again. You'll see from the exhibit that there was a groundbreaking book by Druce and Ida Hayward. It was published in 1919 called The Inventive Flora of Tweedside, and some of the species that they found from wool aliens in Galashiels up again in much the same area. They will have been missing in the intervening years, but they've probably been reintroduced. So it's interesting to see them back again.
Yes, you're a farmer, and so you're particularly interested in arable weeds. And yes, you did make some exciting rediscoveries there as well, didn't you?
Yes, I mean, I did particularly look for any area that was still being cultivated. The problem at the moment is that farming's just become too efficient. The tools and chemicals that farmers have available to them make it very, very difficult for annual arable weeds to survive. The typical grain field or even forage field is very short of weedy species. So these things are just hanging on around the edge. But excitingly, species such as Stachys avensis, field woundwort.
It's always nice to see, isn't it?
It's wonderful when you do find it, just hanging on around the edges of a barley field and in a rough area around a manure heap in another part of the county. That's hasn't been seen recently, but there were a few previous records, but very few. Things like bugloss and Schuser avensis have turned up again, hasn't been seen for 25 years or something like that. Greenfield speedwell, Veronica agrestis, records that it could be extinct if you don't look for it, but if you really search the area, some of these species are still just hanging on. If we changed the farming methods a bit and allowed a bit more weed around the edge of fields, I think some of these would make a comeback. But the way things are going, in 20 years' time, I think there'll be rather fewer of them to find.
Yeah. Okay. Final question. It's always very exciting rediscovering something that hasn't been recorded for hundreds of years. So what was the greatest discovery after a long period of absence that you made?
Well, the one that I've put on the poster, which has been very pleasing to Rod Corner, who with Jeff Wattles, the recorder for cell culture, is Sedum villosum, hairy stonecrop. This is a species which is definitely declining. I think it's under pressure, and as I've said on the poster, there's a lot of forestry going on in the uplands at the moment, and this is a real threat to sedum sites. But a new site has turned up for this species, never been recorded in that 10K square before. Well, no, it has been recorded once in that 10K square, but not anywhere near where I found it. And it's nice to see that some of these things are still present. It's much commoner over in Peeblesshire where I am, but that's a bit of a stronghold for it. On these more peripheral areas, it's definitely disappearing.
There's a beautiful little plant, isn't it?
It is, and we need to protect these sites. If we can go out and record where things are and then let people like Forest Scotland know, then there is a chance that they could be left unplanted or protected in some way, and then we can hang on to these species.
Yeah. Luke, thanks very much. That was great. And to everybody watching, please have a look at Luke Gaskell's exhibit on the SBC microsite. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Now over to Ian Strawn's interview with Jim.
So you were, yeah.
Okay, so I was speaking to Ian Strawn, BSBI Vice County Recorder for West Inverness-shire. Ian, we've just got a couple of minutes to ask you about your exhibit. Thank you very much for that, Maggie. It's a lovely photograph of Malparum sylvaticum, a small cowheat you've included in it. So I recommend everyone goes and has a look. So my first question, how did you know it was there in the first place? It's such a small flower.
Yes. Well, I happened to be walking the dog along the path along the bank of the River Arkaig, and there's lots of Malparum potensi, the common cowheat, all along there, and I just was looking just in the off chance all the time, and just happened to spot these very strong sort of egg yellow flowers just beside the path, actually. Mixed in with the potensi, and immediately thought, "Oh, can't believe it!" But
timing is very important, isn't it?
Very important. That's right. So if it's not flowering, it can be really difficult to spot, especially when if it's in, as it often is, in a mixed population with common cowheat. So there've been a lot of mistaken records in the past because the common cowheat does have a brighter yellow form, but it always has a relatively long tubular flower, whereas the sylvaticum is much more of a triangular flower like this with a downturned lower lip.
I've seen it growing with bracken before, well, under bracken before, and I always wonder about that and worry that it might become outshaded. Is that a fear you have?
No, I wouldn't say so. I think because it's an annual, it needs relatively big ground to germinate, I presume. So the bracken maybe helps by keeping the other vegetation down. I'm quite supportive of bracken, actually. I don't see it as a major problem, especially in the west, where it tends not to form these really dense stands. It does in places, but it is a natural component of woodland, and Malparum sylvaticum is a woodland plant. So
yeah.
And
you mentioned it was growing with in an area that had been covered with rhododendron, but had been cleared. Well, Gaultheria was starting to invade.
Yes, rhododendron has been very widespread in the general area, not this particular patch, which is just beside the river. And most of the woodland there is amenity conifers, some really big trees, all sorts of interesting species actually. But there is this one patch, remnant with birch, and there's a big oak as well. But they have been controlling rhododendron elsewhere on the estate quite hard. But the Gaultheria Shallon seems to be really expanding with perhaps with the reduction in the rhododendron, and it's certainly seems to be colonizing this particular area where the cow wheat is. So yeah, it's a bit of a worry. So I'm in touch with the estate about it, and hopefully we'll do something about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sure there must be other populations of small cow wheat around Scotland waiting to be discovered. What are your top tips for finding small cow wheat if you want to try?
Yes, you really have to look at the right time of year, which is sort of late June, early July, when it's flowering. It definitely it doesn't like such acidic ground as the Potency seems to be able to grow in.
Yeah, here it was growing together with Potency.
It was, but there were. If you look very closely, there were little patches with the Sylvaticum and others with the Potency, and I think it's and associated with the Sylvaticum were some more mesotrophic herbs, things like bird's foot trefoil and Hypercarius radicata, these sorts of things. And I think it was the pockets of river gravel that have been washed up, and that's maybe giving the right conditions for the Sylvaticum. But certainly it tends to be in slightly richer ground than the Potency.
In a lot of the sites I know it from, it's growing beside waterfalls in north-facing gorges. I think that's perhaps something to do with humidity. The Burks Aberfeldy site is a classic example of that, but there are other sites like that in Strathfarrar, for example.
Indeed, yes, that's right. Yes, I think I guess it's to do with germination, particularly. Yeah, it does seem to like damp conditions like that. And yes, indeed, by waterfalls and gorges. But this site was, well, it always seems to be close to water, I think. So this was on the banks of the river, and there was indeed some plants right on the edge of the water. So yeah,
great. Ian, thank you very much for taking time out to do that. And if you've yet to see Ian's exhibit, please have a look at the exhibits page on the microsite. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Now over to Rebecca Cornwell's video.
Hi, and welcome to a rather soggy and rainy St Andrews. My name's Rebecca, and I'm Public Engagement Officer for the Antibiotics Under Our Feet project at the University of St Andrews. We're hoping to raise science capital in the primary 5 to 7 age group and their teachers through a citizen science project seeking chemical compounds or soil microbes to treat drug-resistant infections. So we're beginning to get our things ready for sending out to schools. We're having to work slightly differently because of the COVID situation. So some of our work is being remote at the moment. So we're looking to get boxes sent out to schools with kits, pH meters. That's my little friend here, drug-resistant MRSA. And we've got a new website launching soon. Our existing website is at www.antibioticsunderourfeet.ac.uk, but we're going to have a new website with much more possibility for community involvement. So we would be really, really interested in any input, thoughts, expertise that people attending the Scottish Botanists Conference this weekend will be able to share with us. Our project basically involves the pupils taking soil samples from which we extract DNA and send for next generation sequencing to look at the bacterial diversity present. We're going to ask pupils to record all sorts of environmental data, and we would love some help with the interpretation if that's your area of expertise. We're looking to develop resources for pupils to use in schools linked to the curriculum for excellence. We also want to be engaging pupils with the cutting edge research at university. So that's probably enough from me. I will take my little friend here and I will get back to work preparing for our launch in schools that we hope will happen in the near future. Thank you.
There I am. Okay, thanks very much. Now what we will do is move straight on to the results of the photographic competition, which is being presented by Natalie Harmsworth. So Natalie, over to you, please.
Thank you, Julia. Okay, I'll screen share. Right, good morning, everybody. Hope you can hear me okay. Have a thumbs up from someone, Julia. All good? Yeah,
you're a little bit muffled, but not too bad.
Okay, grand. I'm delighted to be able to announce the results of the photographic competition. To remind you, this year, the categories were the same as 2019, that is alien plants and native plants. And the idea was to be able to collect images to illustrate Atlas 2020. So thank you to the 48 people who entered photos this year. We received 30 entries to the alien plants category and 81 to the native plants category. So as I just wanted to say, as noted on the microsite, we actually had a huge number of entries to the native category this year. So to make it practical for people to vote, we actually sifted, so we limited entries to 1 per entrant, so that it was practical for people to vote. And then that's what went to the popular vote. Right, without further ado, I can now reveal the results. So the winner of the aliens plant category was Alan Wake with this lovely photo of canary grass, Phalaris canariensis. And this had 18 votes. Well done to him. And the winner of the native plants category was Alison Davies with her photo of Epilobium montanum, that is broadleaf willow herb, and that had 17 votes. If you want to see all the photos, you can go on the microsite and you'll be able to see who got first, second and third. The votes were really close this year, actually. Must have been because it was hidden. But well done to both of you. You're going to get a Summerfield Books token. So thanks everyone who entered and voted, and hope to see you next year. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Natalie. I had a look at the pictures last night and they're absolutely beautiful collection. So now it's time for our Q&A session, which I believe is me, Jim, Lindsay, who was chairing yesterday, and Steve Gator. So can we set that up, please? Jim, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me? Ah,
Yeah, and I can now see you. That's better.
Excellent.
And Steve, are you there as well? You got your video on?
There's no video. Let me start the video. Hello.
Hi, Steve.
Hi there.
Hello.
Jim, you're in the chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Julia. That was a great morning. Thank you to all our speakers this morning. I'm pleased the technology behaved itself. And I wonder if we haven't received very many questions via the email link that I sent out. But so we're just going to have a look back through in the Q&A from this morning. And I wonder, Julia, if you could perhaps do that one to do that, please, and select a question that can be put.
Yeah.
Well, I just say a few words about the format. It has been great fun, but incredibly hard work, and I have to say a little stressful setting up the conference this weekend. But it has been fantastic to see how many people have joined us. For most of yesterday morning, we had over 200 people watching live on Zoom, plus another 20 on YouTube. The number's a little bit lower today. I think Katie's talk had 170 people watching on Zoom. And this new technology is absolutely fantastic, isn't it? And actually, a question for you, Julia. I'm very impressed by your talks, BSS talks program. Can you tell me how long it's going to carry on in Zoom? And I believe all BSBI members are welcome to join. And of course, now they don't have to be anywhere near Edinburgh. They can join virtually. How long are you going to carry on broadcasting your talks program by Zoom?
Well, we've discussed this, and you know, in the middle of the summer, we thought, well, we'll carry on doing them by Zoom until Christmas, and then we'll review the situation. But the way things are going, I rather suspect we're going to be doing Zoom until at the end of our whole lecture series, which is next May. Now, of course, Zoom is great because you can reach these people the other end of the country, the other side of the world. But at the same time, you lose the sort of social aspect of people getting together in one space. And also, we've noticed that some of our members who are very regular attendees when we hold our lectures in person at the Royal Botanic Gardens, in their lovely lecture theatre, they haven't been joining us on Zoom. So Zoom suits lots of people, but doesn't suit the people who are maybe less comfortable with computers and technology and working out how to log in and turn on the sound and all those things. And actually, this leads me on to a question that was asked early today from someone anonymous who asked, is there any intention of presenting regular lectures and meetings online in future? And of course, you know, this applies to our society and lots of other societies as well. Now, Pete Hollingsworth saw that question and sent an email, which is really interesting, and it's terrific news. He said that the RBGE are in the middle of planning an investment to upgrade the technology at the Botanics. So it's much better to support hybrid events where you have some people in person and some people virtual. They've got the basics in place, but the plan is to invest in this to make the interactive side between physical and virtual as slick as possible. So that would allow people post-COVID to come both to the lectures and have the social benefits, and, you know, especially suit people who don't like using computers too much on the internet, people on slow connections like I am today. And at the same time, you've got the benefits of being able to invite everybody else to attend as well online. I can imagine that on a horrible winter's evening in February, quite a lot of people would choose to stay at home, and we might have to offer the odd bribe to get people into the Botanics. But, you know, that is an absolutely fantastic development at the Botanics, and we, you know,
yes, I'm absolutely delighted to hear that. I don't think the Scottish Botanist Conference will ever be the same again. I think we'll always aim to at least have some sort of hybrid conference with meeting in person at Botanic Gardens and streaming it live. That is the best of both worlds, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jim?
Lindsay wants to
Yes,
come.
Lindsay.
Yeah, it's not relating to that. I'm not too sure if you finished that topic, but it's almost answering a question that Luke raised during your interview with him earlier, if I may interject, or if there's other questions coming up before. And it was with regard to hairy stonecrop and forestry and flushes. I've been lucky enough that I've been out doing a lot of survey work on behalf of forestry companies in the last 2-3 years. And I would say the more reputable, responsible ones always look for the identification of flushes within mapping exercises so they can avoid some of these areas, which I appreciate not every forestry company may well do that, but the good ones do. The problem lies in when the time of year the surveyor's there, and that's where I think the BSBI database has a role to help there. And indeed vice county recorders, and I would encourage anyone in the audience who's out doing such work to contact their county recorder and check the database if they're either doing survey work or indeed if they're aware of forestry work, and get in contact with that forestry company.
Yes, we have shared all our records with Forest Enterprise as well as Forest Land Scotland now, and they're probably due an update. And of course, all SNH staff have got full access to our database, so they can see all those records of sedum villosum as well. Can I, just while I'm talking about Nature Scott, I've got a question from Rose Scott, which I could answer myself before handing over to Julia to answer the question she looked up earlier. Ro asks, is there any indication that Nature Scott will regard it as regular practice to forward all records made in the course of its activities to the BSBI? Well, that is a really good question. And I understand that Nature Scott are now requiring all their surveys and surveyors to provide electronic copies of the records as part of the report. So at least that is a first step towards making those records available more widely. And of course, we'd be delighted to receive them. And our West County recorders are pleased to get them as well and be happy to check them. And ultimately, we make our records available to the National Biodiversity Network, all but a few very sensitive species, and they're available from there to all conservationists, scientists and researchers. Julia, would you like to ask the next, answer the next question, please?
Yeah. Well, actually, I think Pete Hollingsworth's reply sort of answered it already, but can I pose a question to you and Lindsay and Steve, which is, what are the plans for 2021 for BSBI members in Scotland?
Steve, would you like to talk to that one?
Just before that, I noticed there's something below saying who is Steve, so maybe we should introduce Steve as one of the new board invitees to these kind of things. Would that be fair, Steve, to say?
Yes, it would. I volunteered as company secretary, I think it's 2 years ago now. And when Dilith stepped down at the last AGM, BSBI AGM that is, as honorary general secretary, I stepped into that role as an interim period, and I'm up for election at the BSBI AGM in a month's time. So I've been engaged with the Board of Trustees now for a couple of years. And that's been a very interesting couple of years, because it's a time when the BSBI has been undergoing a major review, strategic review of its activities, its governance and its organisation. And if members have a look at the BSBI website, they will see the BSBI Strategic Plan 2021-2024, which details the activities that are ongoing. And I'll just highlight the three main goals, because 2020 and 2021 is the transition year. And of course, it's going to be a very strange year still, with the impact of the pandemic. But essentially, what the drive is to embed and work towards a structure that will support members, volunteers, everyone engaged with BSBI in achieving over time three main aims. And that's the first one, is to build a diverse community of botanists to sustain and develop the skill base. So it's extending opportunities, and it's trying to allow for post-Atlas 2020 activity to take place. So whenever and wherever we can be out safely and in small groups or even larger, maybe at one stage, we can enjoy the botany out there. And we've had some fantastic examples of that this morning and yesterday. I want to be out there, and I'm sure everybody else is exactly the same. So hopefully in 2021, we will start to get back to do that. The second aim is to provide high quality impartial data and interpretation for research and to help address biodiversity loss and climate change. And again, the programme so far has been highlighting elements of that. And it's continuing that work that everybody in BSBI is committed to doing, and so ably experienced and skilled to do that. So it's providing those opportunities. And the third aim is to disseminate information to drive a passion for plants. And wow, there's a passion for plants this morning, and there's a passion for plants yesterday, and what fantastic photographs, images that we've seen. But it's spreading that that love of plants and enjoyment of finding new plants, be it small cowwheat or be it some of the neophytes or whatever it is. It's spreading that and engaging with a wide education of people across the country, whether they have any understanding of botany or whether they might have their eyes opened. And all of the issues from cool links to having chance for the weeds to grow in our cities and be enjoyed and recognised. All of those are activities. So over the coming year, there'll be lots of opportunities for members to engage, and we will be also looking for guidance on how to develop the governance plan. Again, it's on the BSBI website, so that we end up with structures where people can engage in supporting the activity of the society and bring about a further development of the resilience, so that we grow as a society where, in terms of membership, and we also grow in terms of influence.
Okay,
that's my short answer.
Thank you, Steve. And related to that, I've got a question from Caspian Richards about what we're planning to do in terms of training courses next year. He says he really enjoyed the BSBI field meetings in previous years, and that he's really missed those. But he has enjoyed the courses that have been run from Ireland. Well, Caspian, I can tell you that we're bidding for new funds from the agency in Ireland, from NPWS, so we can rerun both those two projects which generated training workshops. So it's the Irish Grassland project and also the Aquatics Plant project. And hopefully you'll be able to watch more workshops from Ireland. But meantime, in Scotland, we hope to catch up in terms of workshops. But it is quite tricky. It is pretty hard, I have to say, but let's see what we can do. Lindsay, I think you had a question.
Yeah, it was just sort of adding on to the other thing. The AGM, I'll be having a list of the proposed field meetings for 2021, just to show that there is still plans afoot there. I'll probably just add to yourself, Jim. I don't know if the person asking the question subscribes to CGS, I think it is, magazine. I've got a feeling this 2021 there's going to be an awful lot of online courses out there. So obviously I find the BSBI ones really good quality ones and brilliant value. But if they aren't able to, for one reason or another, give you what you need, have a look there. I'm starting to see more emails coming through my inbox about more courses coming on. So I'd hope there will be many. Well, actually, I hope there's not, because I hope we're outside next year. But if we are inside, I think there will be many, and hopefully there'll be good value for money. So, yeah.
Thank you. Julia, do you have a question ready to ask?
Okay, yes. Lucy Hollingworth asks, she says, I've heard people in conservation say that if you find something special, you should keep quiet about it. I've always thought that recording should feed into site protection, and I wondered how the data we collect gets used for this purpose.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go on, Lindsay.
It's always a slight bugbear of mine. I can see why people want to protect what they care about. However, land managers can only protect what they know about, and if they don't know where that little colony of your special plant is, or indeed a rare plant is, they can't protect it. And in my experience, when you go and talk to land managers, they're often quite open to try and protect it. It could be they might be thinking about an agri-environment scheme, or it could be forestry, of which we know there's an awful lot of at the moment. But get the information out there, tell the landowner or tell the company, and yes, there will be the exception where they might do something horrible, but I think on the whole, people are actually quite keen to protect what's there.
Can I just add to that there was at least one case of twin flower, Linnea borealis, a population of twin flower being lost when the forestry manager didn't realise it was there and grubbed it up, which is really sad. The other point I would make is we don't make all our records available publicly. There are a suite of species that we're a bit sensitive about. We think might be better not to publish full details of those. Not least of all because people might trample them. So in just trying to refine them. So Gentiana nivalis, snow gentian is an example of that. We don't publish details of that on the NPM. Of course, the full details are available to people who have a log on for the BSBI database. Julia, could you ask the next question?
Well, I'm still flicking through the questions that come up. I saw Steve raise his hand a little while ago.
Well, yes.
Sorry, Steve.
Valid.
It was just a response to the training. I've got on my screen at the moment the BSBI videos page and the BSBI YouTube channel. which is fantastic because there are some really, really good short training video clips there. And I think what we probably are working towards now is to have a compendium really of training clips, which will allow people to have a look indoors or quite frankly outdoors as well. But the main thing is to be out there and applying that learning. And I'm just looking at Josh Stiles' dandelions training session here. I'm really looking forward to being out in the field in February, March, April, looking at all those dandelions. And, you know, I think that's a brilliant addition to the suite of training that we will be providing in person.
I've got another question for you, Steve. A good one from Monica Griesbaum. She asks, with regards to climate change and the Society's strategic aims, is the BSBI stance on this neutral and focusing on recording only, or do we encourage action?
Well, that's a very good question. And traditionally, the Society has been a recording society. And I think that's where the bulk of the expertise lies. However, many members, myself included, have strong links with conservation bodies as well as views on how conservation should develop. The Society has had has published now a policy on conservation, and I would encourage everybody to have a look at that and to influence the way that we develop. One of the issues, of course, is capacity, and that's why if we can build the Society and the membership and the financial basis of the Society, we'll be able to do more. So I think we're probably headed towards having more of an influence over time. We need to do that with our eyes open in terms of being able to do it in terms of the hours that it demands. But certainly, if all we do is provide data and it's not used, as Lindsay said and as Jim just said about Twinflower, then we're missing a vital opportunity. So yes.
Thank you. Can I answer a question that Ian Strawn asks? What are the plans in 2021 for BSBI members in Scotland? Well, we've got a few projects. We've got the New Year plant hunt. We're probably going to continue with the garden wildflower hunt. And we've got the National Plant Monitoring Scheme, which is a BSBI project. Now, we're looking for more volunteers for that in Scotland. A lot of the plots, particularly in the slightly more remote areas, need volunteers to survey them. So that'd be a great project to get involved. So Google National Plant Monitoring Scheme and have a look at the website for that. We still have to hatch a plan for 2021. 2020 didn't really have any plan. We're a bit thrown by coronavirus, and we were looking at post-Atlas projects when it struck, and really we never came up with anything. I think in 2021 it'd be great to devise a little project to track down and record in detail nationally rare, nationally scarce plants, very similar to the Threatened Plant Project, which we ran a few years ago. So this is some very detailed, more ecological records, which is a lot more interesting than just presence absence type records, which we've largely been collecting over the Atlas period. Now, time for one last question.
Can I just
Julia.
plug the Botanical Society of Scotland's Urban Flora project?
Yes, please.
You can do within just the streets round about your house. We're collecting records from Scottish cities and towns, any place with a population of more than 1,000 people. You can find the information for this on our webpage. And the data goes into iRecord, and then once it's been validated, it goes into the BSBI database. As part of this, we do collect habitat data, so we like you to record whether it was on a wall or on the pavement or somebody's garden or whatever, because that enables us to start understanding more about what's going on about plants in urban areas of Scotland, as John mentioned within his talk. So there's a plug for our project. You can do it from your home. Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
just about time.
I think it is about time, isn't it? So we should thank all the panelists, to Lindsay, McKinley, Steve Gator, and yourself. Thank you, panel.
Okay, we're getting on to the exciting part of the day, the Scottish AGM. So bear with me whilst I hopefully get this slide show to kick off. Okay, hopefully, can you see all that? Okay, Julie, is that looking okay? If you can wave.
Yep, that's perfect.
Great.
Just to say that anybody can attend the AGM, but please only vote if you're a member of the BSBI.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've got some interesting stuff to go through today, so please hang in there. Obviously, the word AGM often results in people leaving the room or the lecture theatre, but actually we've got some really interesting stuff to update you on, so please stick around. Obviously, I'm not stopping you out for a cup of tea or something like that. So without further ado, I'll just get stuck in, and we'll start with some of the agenda, just so you know what we're going through here. This is a picture of Burg at sunset, by the way, when we used to be able to get out and enjoy such things. Hopefully we will again shortly. So we're just going to very quickly go through the minutes, then we'll go through nominations, re-elections, and then we'll get on to what's arguably more interesting bit, just the updates and what the committee's been up to this year, and also plans for the coming year, because obviously we're all interested and desperate to get out. So I'm just going to update you on things there, and there'll be some also particularly the field meetings too, and then there'll be some room for questions at the end. So I shall fire away first. These were sent out, agenda minutes were sent out, they're on the microsite, the web page, and if anybody's had a quick read of them, I'll just leave them up on the screen for a very short while, so you can have a scan. Nothing particularly controversial, it's just basically last year's AGM minutes, who got elected, who retired, and the updates on the newsletter and the like. However, as with these things, with constitutional matters, we do need people to propose acceptance of these minutes and also to second them. So with the joys of online tech and so on and so forth, also we can't have loads of screens with people raising hands, but what I would ask, if somebody's okay, going into the question and answer button, and just at the bottom right hand, you'll see a little thing that says raise hand. So if anybody is happy to accept these minutes on behalf of the committee, if they could click that button, that would be brilliant. And then I'll move on to the next question of seconding these, assuming everybody's happy and nobody's got any problems with it. Jim, are you keeping an eye on that, or do you want me to have a
yes, we've got loads of people happy with that.
Great. And we've got loads of people seconding it as well?
Yeah.
Great. Well, with that, we'll move on. Thanks very much for that. Let me just skip on. So this is the current BSBI Committee for Scotland at the moment. Myself as chair, we have a vacant vice chair, partly because I've done that role myself in the past, so you don't really do much. And I think it's just whenever anybody can cover, although we may well fill it at some point. However, we've got two members retiring this year. Aileen Meek, who's been doing a lot in the field meetings, and Natalie, who you met earlier, who was doing the photographic exhibition. And I'd just like to say a big thank you to both of them for all the brilliant work they've been doing over the years. And we may well see them back again in the committee in the future if they wish. So just a very big thank you to both Aileen and Natalie for the work. It's been really much appreciated. You'll also note at the bottom we've got representatives, and the BSBI's committees very lucky actually to have a number of organisations sit in on the meetings and contribute to. I think that's one of the strengths of the committee, to be honest with you. I say that as an ex-person, ex-rep myself, and it was always incredibly useful to have that communication there. So just a big thank you. Obviously Jim sits in it as well, regularly contributes. Ian MacDonald, Sarah Smythe too, from I have to get used to calling them Nature Scott. I still use SNH, but there again I still say Forestry Commission, so I haven't really moved on too far. And Alistair White from Plant Life, who very much do a lot of campaigning work for plant conservation. So it's we often get into debates in BSBI about what we are, and I think sometimes Plant Life get compared to our SPB and BSBI to BTO Scotland, but it's great to have that link. And also National Trust for Scotland, Dan Watson, who's talking St Kilda, we all watched enviously yesterday. So now we need to go on to re-elections as well as nominations. So this is where hopefully a little box is going to pop up shortly. We've got nominations for re-elections, and we're allowed to put the two together. And that's Liz Kungu, who's also the Botanical Society of Scotland rep, and Alan Walker, who very kindly they'd be happy to be re-elected. So I proposed it, and it's been seconded by David Elston on the committee. But I need you guys to approve these re-elections. So I'm hoping a little box is going to pop up in a minute to allow you to do that. Here we go. So if you just press yes, or I guess no, if there's something there which you know that we don't, but hopefully everybody's a yes. So if you just click on the button with submit, and we'll move on hopefully quickly from that one. Jim, are you keeping an eye on this is new to me, by the way, so this is a bit like general election night in telly. So
I can't see the results, but perhaps Tom can give me a thumbs up, saying that we have sufficient yeses.
We've had 53 people voting, so that's probably enough, and they're all unanimous yes.
Yeah,
so.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tom, for that. Right, we'll go on to the nominations. We've got two members coming on. One's Andrew Rowley, who was co-opted to the committee last year. He was one of our young people engagers. I'll come on to that again, and that horrible expression which we still haven't got a substitute for. And Matt Parrott, who many of you will know, and also we're listening to his Conifer ID workshop yesterday. So I'd like to, Liz Lavery's proposed them, and I've seconded them for becoming new committee members. And again, hopefully a little box will pop up in a minute and seek your approval of these nominations. If you can do that, thank you. And Tom, if you can tell us when we've heard enough, that'd be brilliant.
Yes, we've had loads, 49 yeses, and so it's unanimous, and so that's fine.
Great, thank you very much, guys. I could get into this actually. Maybe this is the way to do AGMs from now. Maybe not. Right, bear with me. I seem to have lost my icon here. Right, here we go. Right, so on to the chair's report. As I say, I'm the new chair. I would like to have stood in front of you to give this report, but I can't. So in some ways, this is a first for BSBI as well, the first Scottish chair report online. So fingers crossed it's the last, but we never know. So anyway, firing away, I'm just going to go through a few things with you. Good news and not so good, but we'll pass. Thinking about this, I thought if years could be compared to vegetation, I just thought 2020 has been a bit like walking across a whole pile of Millennia grassland, Millennia purple moor grass. And if anyone's ever had the pleasure of that, it's just, you trip up, it's depressing, you think you're at the end of it, and there's another big wodge of it in front of you, particularly talking Southern Uplands here to a degree in areas. And you just wish you could get onto nicer grasslands and happier places to botanise. However, there's always things of interest in a millennia bit of vegetation. So hopefully we won't have another 2020 like the one we've had this year. But everybody seems to have kept their spirits up, considering. So obviously COVID, or as I started off calling it, Corvid, it took me about a month to get away from this Corvid 1919. I think I've been doing some bird stuff, it just wouldn't go out of my head. Finally, I did manage to get out the word Corvid and started calling it Covid, to the angst of my son, who had to point out to me it's actually COVID-19. So I think it is COVID, but we can debate this one. It's also had an impact, and we've heard all about it. We had no formal field meetings this year. We had no formal field training this year. The summer meeting we were really looking forward to as well, got the axe. And obviously we've had, this conference has been brilliant, actually. I must admit, I really enjoyed it, but we all like to meet up with old and new friends as well and chit chat over a cup of biscuits, a cup of tea, and trying to grab the last juicy biscuits. So that's the downside, but obviously there's always upsides. So for example, there was lots of data digitization, validation and uploading going on, particularly at the beginning of the year for 2020, and people were probably taking a rest from that anyway at the end. There was also lots of opportunities for us all to get out and explore the local area, and I was doing that myself. It was the first time I had a really good look at the database, and I live in Edinburgh, so I had a wee wander up Arthur Seat and picked out the rarities, spring cinquefoil, rusty back fern, and it was fantastic. I had time to do it, although obviously concern in the backdrop of COVID and work and everything, and also got 1 or 2 new records as well, which is great. So I'm sure others were doing that as well and learning more about their local area. And I called it Zoom because we just seemed to do it quite a lot, didn't we? It seems to be the new way of doing things. And the committee was involved discussing the BSBI, new BSBI strategy, which Steve Gator was talking about, and governance plans. And we had a few committee meetings to see how we could keep things going. And also the council and BSBI voted itself to end as part of the big restructuring. So there was debate about that. So the council is no more. However, you can still go to Summerfield Books in an online capacity and spend some money there. I'll be hoping to do that later on. And I think just a reminder that there is a code you can put in to get a discount, or you don't get charged for shipping if you spend over £50. I've scribbled it somewhere, Jim. If you're still on, can you remind people of what that code is?
Yes, the voucher code is free SBC, all one word. So free SBC.
There, thanks, Jim. So get onto it for your Christmas presents. I'll be going on later on and probably spending a bit of money, as I usually do.
There are details of that offer on the SBC microsite under the books tab.
Great. Okay, yeah, folks, certainly go and look at that. Just briefly on that, Jim, that's going to be available for the rest of the day and for a wee while, the website, if people want to go in and have a look. Is that right?
Yes, we've not actually discussed that, but I see no reason to take it down at any time soon. I can also say that offer, but because it wasn't fully publicised yesterday, Summerfield Books have extended it until the end of the week. So till Friday this week.
Great, no excuse then. Good. BSBI and BSBI Committee Scotland don't traditionally, we're not a campaigning organisation as such, so that often does come up at committee meetings of when should we enter into discussions and considerations of things that matter. And we have on a couple of occasions recently. You've heard all about cool links already, so I won't go over that again, other than say that the BSBI committee did express its concerns and over that one. The other one which we did get involved with was the much publicised restructuring of National Trust for Scotland that kicked off very early on in COVID, and where they were talking about a mass staff redundancy, particularly hitting the countryside, ranger and ecological teams in NTS. Now, For those of you who are not familiar with National Trust for Scotland, they own some of the best botanical sites in Scotland, everything from Mar Lodge, Ben Lawers, which you'll see on the exhibits there, Sarah's Day Out, which I thought was lovely, through to Glencoe, Greymare's Tail, Iona. I could go on, and the major concern there was because they do a lot of survey and monitoring work, as well as conservation work, that would be severely impacted by these restructurings, which we felt were over too much, being blunt. So we did write a letter, and thankfully, with the Scottish Government getting involved as well, there was a bit of a review there, and some of the key posts were saved. However, and very sadly, a lot of good people have been made redundant recently, and we do watch with concern over what's going to happen on those properties in the future. And I would recommend all members keep an eye on that one as well, and express any concerns they do there. But as I say, we're not a political campaigning organisation, but we are a partner, and we did wish to express our concerns on that one, which we duly did. We're doing outreach activity. That's one of our strengths. We've got an outreach committee who do a lot of brilliant work. And this year we had an engagement with our younger audience. If anyone can come up with a decent term how to call the younger audience, I passed it by my kids as well. Young people, young persons. I don't know. And it was up to about 30 years old. So, you know, people about that age don't necessarily consider themselves so young. And we co-opted two brilliant folk, Jay and Andrew, who's going to be on the committee. Jay's having to finish her MSc this year, so wasn't able to do it. And they put together some brilliant proposals, everything from mentoring for the younger people to get into botany more easily and have the confidence to self-learn, and to mixing horticultural students with students from university. And then Andrew as well, who's been working on, for example, creating an introduction video to show to students and others, telling about BSBI, and that's a work in progress at the moment. So more work becoming that. It was a bit stymied by COVID because we had lots of plans for interaction, and obviously universities have got a lot of online training at the moment. The other thing is working on a new beginner's guide, starting to identify composite flowers. That is brilliantly needed, particularly, I say for beginners, but sometimes for all of us. And she hopes that'll be out in 2020, and that's in the back of her other really useful books in grasses, sedges, and plant families. So that's great too. So watch this space. And then Aileen as well is working on a webinar on plant families. Now, for those in the audience are doing training or thinking about it, one of the good ways to get into plant ID is starting off with the families rather than jumping straight in with species. I would certainly say that's a good way. So watch this space. Going into county recording news now on the agenda. I think start with very sad news, and I start with sad death of George Ballantyne, who was the county recorder for Fife and Kinross, and in the last few years he was also joined with Sandy, and he was both of them pictured at a conference, George on the right. A full obituary will be appearing in BSBI News, but I thought it'd be nice just to cover some of the things, because George was very interested in life. Sandy passed me his obituary, and he was a VCR for 51 years. That's incredible. I think he's one of the longest serving. On top of that, he was an expert in brambles, and I was unaware of this, but if you're an expert in brambles, you're a batologist. So George was an eminent batologist. He was a tank driver. He was a librarian. He was a keen rugby player. He refereed rugby. He was a loyal Fifer from Kirkcaldy. Wrote a number of very important publications in Fife on the flora as well as the wildlife, and I know he was working on one for the whole of Fife, a register when sadly ill health stopped him completing it, and I think the plan is to finish that as well. So thoughts go to his family, his wife Aileen, and his sons Keith and Lindsay, and their children and grandchildren. Quite a guy. Other news, special thanks go to some of the county recorders that are retiring from the post after many years. Alan Silverside, who retired from Wigtonshire after 42 years. Pam Murdoch and Carol Farmer have also retired after tidying up and getting their Atlas 2020 stuff done. So great stuff there. And Barbara Sumner, who's planning to retire at the end of 2020. Very big thank you to all of them for all the work they've done over the years, and hopefully they'll still be contributing in their own way with the work we do. I'm sure they will. Further updates, just to do that, Michael Jeeves has started as a new Wigtonshire county recorder this summer. He was in that position down in Leicestershire before moving up to Newton Stewart, which is a lovely part of the world. And Michael, if you're listening, if you can keep an eye on Venny Hill, that'd be brilliant. I used to monitor it there, and I'd be very curious to know how the grassland's doing. I don't know if grazing animals are still there. Anyway, and that's an aside. Andy Amphlett is retiring from Bamshire, but he's moved to help Adam Fraser in East, I call it Inverness-shire, but it's Easterness, I think, as well. However, that's leaving a vacancy, which I'll get onto in a minute. And Robin Cow, who's a very new VCR for Berwickshire, which is a lovely part of the world. But they're all lovely parts of the world, but particularly the coast I know well there. So we've got current vacancies for those who have mused about being a county recorder, or maybe are interested in doing it with somebody else. They haven't quite got the confidence to do it on their own yet, or maybe a kind of mentoring. We're open to applications, but essentially we've got current vacancies we're looking to fill. We've got Bamshire, Midlothian, Dumbartonshire, and Argyllshire, which is joint with Gordon Rotherham, who's also an expert biologist. So applications are welcome. If you're interested, get in contact with Jim. I've got his email there. It's also on the website as well. Please consider it. It's very rewarding work. And as I say, you don't need to do it on yourself. There may be two of you who might be interested in doing it together. So we're open to all of that if you want to. So moving on to the next agenda item, this is the Scottish newsletter. And another unique thing this year was the first time in 40 years there'd been no printed Scottish newsletter because of lockdown. However, the good news is it is online. And if you go into the exhibits part of the web page and go into the BSBI periodicals bit, you'll get more information about that. What I would say is we continue to hope and pray that things will get back to normal in 2021. And Angus, who is the editor of the newsletter and continues to do a fantastic job, I hasten to add, Angus, thank you for that. Open to contributions by the end of February 2021, please. And again, as I say, it's online too. Field meetings. Well, yes, where do we go with that? This is Tentsmuir. If Sandy's still online, you'll hopefully recognise this. This is a whole pile of NTS Rangers learning plant ID at the time. This was the second photo. The first photo actually had them all lying in the grass enjoying the sun when I said, guys, can you look like you're busy botanical ID? But it's a great place to ID. So anyway, field meetings. Well, what field meetings? Unfortunately, COVID got in the way of that. However, we're not giving up. I think Dean's been working hard in the backdrop with the others to come up with a programme, and I'm about to put that on the screen. It is a new year, and we all know we're subject to COVID, so who knows what happens? It changes from week to week. But let's just say we're going ahead in the coming year with the conditions which COVID might throw our way. So, for example, what's likely to happen? I'll just quickly check my notes so I don't forget here. Those who booked into the 2020 meetings this year get first refusal for the 2021. That seems fair enough to me. There will be bookings. For those that haven't, you can't just turn up because we're going to probably have number limits. And also some of the car parks can't deal with the undoubted increased number of cars we're going to have if folk can't car share. So watch this space is basically what I'm saying there. So there will be likely numbers limiting in numbers if things continue the way they do. But I don't have a crystal ball, and neither does anybody else in this one. And who knows, we might well be able to get out a lot more in 2021. Still open to offers and new field meetings, by the way, folks, if you want to come forth and tell us. In addition, the committee has continued to have further discussion of field meetings and also establishment of field groups as well. So if anybody wants to start up a field group, you'd be more than welcome to approach us and tell us about it. The next annual summer meeting is actually speaking to the others. It's actually planned in Scottish Borders. Apologies for those in Borders, put a small b for Borders there, in 2022. So we basically decided that it probably, being pragmatic, it wasn't likely to happen in 2021. So let's just accept that, and we'll hopefully try and get back to normal in 2022. So the proposed field meetings, here we are for a quick gander. We've got the on the first one's 30th of April. I sincerely hope we're out and able to get out and about by then, but we'll wait and see. 8th of May, Isle of Bute with Angus. 24th of June, Muir of Ord. 26th of June, 2nd July is Barra. Oh, that sounds fantastic at the moment. 24th of July, Glen Shee. In fact, they all sound fantastic. And on the 25th of July, there should hopefully be some training up in Ben Lors. It's come off my screen a wee bit, but there's also the Rough Crew, which is an informal group that like to go up mountains looking for those plants that hang off crags. Go down looking at those mountain flushes. Last year, was it the year before? It's great fun. It's good fun getting out and about to these remote places. And this is Ben Vorlick, the photo in the background. And hopefully you can hear me as I've got internet connection unstable here. Jim, can you hear me okay?
Yes, fine, thanks.
Good, right. Great fun here, much to my surprise. There was quite a bit of russet sedge, which is one of my favourite ones, Carex saxatilis, which is a lovely shiny brown, beautiful sedge. And it's not every day you can use the word beautiful and sedge in the same sentence, but that applies to that one. So that's basically a roundup of everything. And before bringing this to a close and doing my thanks from the AGM, is there any other business or any questions on this report? Jim, have you been picking up on anything?
I'll just have a quick look at Q&A, see if anything has come in.
Whilst Jim's doing that, just sit back, look out, and you're working over to Egg and Muck there. The bees are buzzing, the butterflies are fluttering, and there's a hen harrier going past. We can dream.
That's a lovely photograph, Lindsay. Right, I've just checked. I've just checked Q&A, and I don't see any questions relating to the AGM. So thank you.
We can.
Hang
right.
on. Well, there's just a little informative email from David Welsh referring to George Ballantyne's work. So I think we could share that here. Following on from George Ballantyne's long and hard work refereeing Scottish brambles, David Welsh says that he and Angus Hannah have taken on the task. There will be a geographic split. Details will be in the next yearbook. David holds many Scottish specimens refereed by Alan Newton, and Angus has developed a group of keen bramble learners. So there's some interesting progress there.
Great. Jim, do you want to add something like that? Because I know George had some collection material. Do you wish to say anything on that here?
Yes, I'm working with his family, at least when lockdown allows, to make sure his botanical legacy is secured. So hopefully we'll get his great personal collection of rubi, of bramble specimens, shipped across to the Botanic Gardens and safely ensconced there. I believe that there are masses and masses of them, so that's not going to be a trivial task.
Yeah, no, it sounds something. Yeah, it's a reminder to me to improve my brambles, big style. So I was looking at the Angus's exhibit on that one too. So, well, if there's no other business and no questions, oh yeah, Julia's, or you just hand.
Okay, no, there is another question from Duncan Donald, which the audience might be interested in, saying, with Aileen Meek standing down, to whom should bids for 2021 field meetings be sent?
Good question. We haven't actually nominated a new field meeting secretary at the moment. hopefully, I don't think Ailey would mind. Maybe she was okay for the next week or two accepting any emails. Aileen, I hope that's okay. I know you're out in the audience there. If maybe just pass it to Aileen at the moment for the next couple of weeks or so until we get organised, and then we'll give a shout to everybody as to who the new formal contact is going to be. Thanks very much, Aileen, for that one. I owe you a biscuit and for that one. Is that, was there any other questions or queries before we?
I'm just having a quick last look. Yeah. Aileen says yes, no problem. Yeah.
Thanks, Aileen. Cheers for that. Should have checked that one before, but thanks very much, Aileen. That's appreciated.
No, that's it.
Great. Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for listening. I've just got to finalise with a big thanks to my fellow committee members and county recorders who've done a great job. All the BSBI staff, Jim included, Jane, Louise, and Tom and Ryan, everyone who's been involved. Thank you very much as well. Fellow BSBI committee and board members as well, and all volunteers who do so much work. BSBI, like many charitable organisations, very much depend on their volunteers, so that's fantastic. Also, a big thank you to Nature Scott for their continued financial support. It really is appreciated. It makes a lot of difference. And I'll just end by saying, here's to a better 2021. I hope I can give you an update in person next year. And I shall leave it at that and pass over to Julia for the next bit. Thank you. Thanks, folks. Oh, stop share.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Lindsay. Now, according to my programme, this 1 o'clock is the time for conference close and the lunch break. And then at 2 o'clock, our workshops start again with Rebecca Yar with her lichens workshop, and then Mark Duffel with Introduction to Winter Tree ID. Now, Jim, are you going to say anything at this point if this is
please.
the formal conference close?
Yes, please, can I? Because I know a lot of people might be leaving us at this point, although I highly recommend you don't. Tom, I wonder if you could spotlight me, please. Yes, because this afternoon's workshops are going to be truly fantastic, and I thoroughly recommend everyone stick around to watch them. Rebecca Yar is going to present a beginner's guide to lichens using a blackboard and chalk. No white screen or PowerPoint in sight, so we're in for a treat. And she's got a microscope set up, plugged into her computer, so you see exactly what she's looking at. That's at 2, and then at 3 we've got Mark Duffel giving us an introduction to tree identification. So just in case you can't stick around for those 2 afternoon workshops, can I just do a thank you and close at this point? I feel like I need film credits. There are so many people to thank, but actually just one thing I'd like to say before I do that. The thing that is really missing from this conference is not being able to meet everyone. Can I just suggest that after this conference, that you pick up the phone and phone somebody who you normally see at the annual Scottish Botanist Conference. We just don't do enough of that, and now we can get out and about. It's a really nice thing to do. I strongly recommend that everybody does that. So to the film credits. Well, I should thank the organising team. Louise Marsh, our BSBI comms officer, and her comms team, Jodie Payton, Ellen Goddard, and Ryan Clark. We should thank the Committee for Scotland members who supported the initiative. We need to thank Lindsay and Julia, who both made a great job of chairing the sessions. And we need to especially thank Tom Humphrey, who has had one of the most stressful jobs of anyone dealing with technology. Now, I'm going to be sending out a feedback questionnaire to all the participants, and it'd be great to have your feedback on the event. And finally, I would like to thank you for your patience and understanding and apologies for all the technical issues that we've had along the way. But hopefully it's not distracted from your viewing pleasure, your participating pleasure too much. I think that's everything I was going to say. Okay, thank you everyone very much. I look forward to seeing you next Scottish Botanist Conference, if not before. But do remember those 2 excellent workshops which are coming up at 2 o'clock. Thank you everyone. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you again this afternoon. I can see we've got 121 participants at present, and the numbers are going up as people are logging back in. Now, first up this afternoon, we have Rebecca Yar from the Royal Botanic Gardens, Edinburgh. She's a botanist and a mycologist, and very interested in evolutionary perspective on diversity in lichens. Now, she's going to play, or else the SBI IT people are going to play a video, but she is actually here, so you can ask her questions in chat or afterwards as well. So I shall hand over to Rebecca now, if she's ready.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm just going to get the video playing, but feel very free to ask any questions while I'm here. I've got all my lichens just beside me. If there's anything you don't understand, then you can stop it, okay? So I'll just share my screen and we'll get it rolling. Here we go.
Rebecca, you need to share on computer sound. We can't hear at the moment.
I don't know how to do that. I'm going to pause that. Maybe you guys can do the video sharing, and then I'll be able to keep my eye on the chat as well, because I don't think I can do that from my end.
Yep, we'll do that.
Okay. We'll start again, everybody. Be patient with us. Thanks. This way I can keep my eye on the chat window, which I wasn't going to be able to do otherwise.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Rebecca Yar, and I am a lichenologist at the Royal Botanic Garden, Edinburgh. I was asked to do a lichen workshop for you here at the Scottish Botanists Conference, and I want to focus on a really practical introduction to how to identify lichens, because I think it can be difficult to get in. I'm a botanist, so looking at lichens and feeling pretty perplexed by it all. So there are some basic steps we can take, but before we get started, I just want to tell you what a lichen is. I'll show you one. There's a lichen, right? Look at that big, beautiful thing. So what is that? I've drawn a cartoon up here of a cross section of a lichen. The top layer is a thick protective layer, and it protects its algae. In many cases, algae, and sometimes cyanobacteria. So it's a photosynthetic layer inside the body of the lichen. And then we have some other layers. We have a very porous air-filled layer. And then we have another sometimes we have a protective layer on the bottom as well. This is structure built by a fungus. Okay, so this is a fungus. I'm holding a fungus in my hand, but actually I'm holding a composite sort of ecosystem in my hand, because the fungus needs to eat just like you and I need to eat. And to do that, it farms a population of either algae or cyanobacteria, as in this case, inside its body. So that's the cross section I've shown you there. We have a cross section of something like this, where the fungus is farming its own population of sugar producing cells in its body. Clever trick, okay? There's lots of other organisms that may or may not be involved, but fundamentally we're talking about fungi with a photosynthetic partner inside. So that's what a lichen is. Now, when you're confronted with an ID guide, we'll talk a little bit about this at the end. Some things like these wonderful Field Studies Council guides. I have the whole suite of these Field Study Council guides. I really strongly recommend these as a way to get in to understanding lichens and learning to identify them. The very first question that you get asked about lichens is what the growth form is. So on the board here, you have lichen ID, number one question, growth form, because that's always the first question that you have to answer. And it's an easy one, actually. And growth form is a little bit analogous to trees versus shrubs versus herbs in plants. So they are gross morphological definitions and groups, They don't have anything to do with how they may or may not be related to each other evolutionarily, but they help us identify them. And there's three main types, and you can imagine the world is complicated, so there are always intermediates. But let's just concentrate on the first three here. So there's a bushy type, and they're quite three-dimensional in structure. There's one that's quite a bushy lichen. You can see it's three-dimensional. These branches are cylindrical, but other bushy lichens like this ones have flat branches. So the shape of the branch doesn't matter. It's sort of the three-dimensionality of it. And in fact, it's really about where the photosynthetic layer is. And in these bushy lichens, there is no top and bottom, and that's how you can tell. So any way you flip one of these branches, be they flat or round, there's no difference between them. And the best way to illustrate that is to contrast it with a leafy lichen. So leafy lichens are called leafy lichens because they're flat, the lobes are flattened. I showed you one a minute ago, didn't I? This beautiful big one. And I'll start with that because those lobes are very big and flat. And like a leaf, they're different on the top than they are on the bottom. And so for this particular lichen, it's gray on the top and it's white on the bottom. If I bring it in a little closer, you can see the bottom has a network of veins and these attachment organs that stick out, which we call rhizines. So that's very different from the top to the bottom. Now we have another example of a leafy lichen here. And that one is a little harder to tell. It looks quite three-dimensional, doesn't it? But the giveaway is that an individual branch like this one is white on one side. And if I flip it over, you can see it's green on the other side. Okay, so different top to bottom means leafy, which we sometimes call foliose. The last one is an easy one as well. It's called crusty or crustose. So here I've drawn it on my twig, and in contrast to the leafy one, so the leafy one kind of overlaps the twig, and you can peel it up off the twig. Crusty lichens, you can't do that. So let me just show you an example of that. I've lost my lichen that I want to show you. Here it is. Okay, you've all seen this lichen, haven't you? So this is the inimitable Xanthoria parietina, and it's pressed quite flat, and we can tell it's a leafy lichen because we can put something, in this case I'm going to use a needle, underneath the lobes. If you can put your fingernail under or something underneath and flap them around, then we know we have something leafy. Okay, so that's fit underneath, and I can flip it over. And if I could do this more easily, I'll see if I can just flip one of these lobes right over. You'll be able to see a very different color underneath. So there's one flipped over there, okay? So that's leafy lichens. You can peel them off, and they're often different. They're different top to bottom because they only have that single photosynthetic layer like I've drawn there. Okay, so the last type is the crusty lichens, and the crusty lichens are as they sound. They just form a crust on what they're growing on. So this beautiful thing is a bright yellow crust growing on bark of an old sycamore tree. And you can see there's that bright yellow color is the lichen. It's just powdery stuff. They're not always quite as disorganized as that. There's another beautiful crusty lichen. This is growing on a plane tree. And if I tried to get my fingernail or a needle under there, there's no way I could, because the individual fungal threads, because fungi grow as individual microscopic filaments, that's the fundamental growth unit, is a filament that's microscopic. Those filaments can penetrate in between grains of rock. They can penetrate in between cells of bark, and they hold on so tightly that you have to collect the rock or the bark to collect when you're talking about a crusty lichen. So those are the three main growth forms. So that's your very first question, and it's a really easy one to answer. So the next question then is about reproduction. And just like a plant, if you show up to a botanist with a piece of a plant like just a leaf or just a stem, then they'll say, well, you know, you can't identify that because you can't see flowers. Lichens are the same. If they're not reproducing,
Hi, everybody. I'm not sure what's happened there. Everything's absolutely frozen there. And what I was saying was we might have to just, if you can get my video back on for me, and maybe we'll stop the, video and I can keep going in person. Shall we try that?
Yes.
Okay, that's
sorry.
fine. Oh,
we may be back.
Can we just pause it? And
I'll pause it and.
Great.
Don't know what went wrong there.
No, that's fine. Thanks, Tom. I'm not sure what happened there, but what I was saying was just like if you are going up to a botanist with a leaf or a stem with nothing reproductive on it, they'll kind of look at you a bit skew-if and they'll say, you know, I probably can't identify that until I have fruits and flowers. It's the same with lichens. So if you don't have something reproductive, then you don't have a very good chance at identifying those things. So what we want to do is learn about lichen reproduction, and that's where I was in the video, telling you about the different types of reproduction. Don't worry, Tom. Look, I'm still here. I've got my board. So hopefully you can still see that. I've got here the number one question is growth form. We've been through that, and that's not very difficult. Number two question is about reproduction, right? So when we're talking about lichen reproduction, there's two main forms. The first one is asexual reproduction. Can someone just confirm that my sound is okay still? Can you guys hear me okay? Somebody give me a thumbs up or a nod, please. Great, okay, thanks. So the first kind of reproduction that we'll talk about is asexual reproduction. And like that lichen that I showed you a minute ago, this crazy little, what we call a reindeer lichen or a reindeer moss, if this was a dry day and I crunched it, it would fragment into brittle, tiny little pieces. And that's reproduction. What's happening there is the fungus and its photosynthetic partner, in this case an alga, go off together and can start a whole new lichen. So asexual reproduction in lichens is all about fragmentation, but they do it in different ways. So we'll just put fragmentation first. And the next thing that they do is, instead of just arbitrarily fragmenting, what they'll do is they'll make special structures that encourage fragmentation. And the first type of those is something that they're called isidia. And I hope you can see that board. Okay, I'm going to just change my screen so you can see the bottom there. Okay, so isidia look like this. We're going to stick with the same kind of cartoon structure where we have an upper layer, which is called the cortex. That's just the upper protective layer. And I'm going to draw that here. So that's the upper protective layer. And I'm going to put a peg-like structure there. So we've got this upper outer cortex, and then my green chalk is coming in to make the algal cells underneath that outer protective layer. Now lichens are poikilohydric. That's a complicated word that just means that they can't regulate their internal humidity the way you and I can, and the way animals can, and the way even plants can. Plants have a waxy outer epidermis. Lichens only have this kind of fungal structure. They can put hydrophobic compounds in their outer layers, but they can't really regulate their humidity, which means on a dry day, they become incredibly brittle. So these peg-like structures, which are called isidia, are produced on the upper surface of a lichen, and those isidia are produced to promote fragmentation. So I'm going to get some on my microscope here, and hopefully we'll be able to have a look. I'll share my microscope with you now. It's a bit, I'm going to zoom out so you can see what this thing looks like a little at a distance first. So this lichen, I want you to think about what the growth form is there. I'm going to flip it over and you can hopefully, I'm just going to try to get my own screen bigger so I can see what you can see. There we go. Now, this is the underside of this lichen. And I hope you can see that there's a twig. My needle is coming in. Ooh, my needle is very hard to control. I'll use something that's dark, that's in a contrasting color. Right, so there's a twig at the top of the screen. Somewhere up here, it's really hard to point with it. And then we have lobes that are upside down and they're black, and then the right side up lobes are pale colored. So this is a leafy lichen, even though it looks like it might be bushy. Okay, so this is actually a foliose lichen. It's black on the underside and it's pale above. If I turn it over, we're going to see on the upper surface now a lot of almost hair-like structures sticking out. And I hope you can see those. It looks a bit furry. I'll bring it closer in now and get focused. I hope you don't make you dizzy with all of this moving around. All right, so let's get some of those long, fuzzy-looking isidia in view, and there they are. Okay, so I think those are pretty clear. They're sort of peg-like extensions, and on a dry day, they'll just break off and disperse and make a whole new lichen. So that's promoting a kind of fragmentation. Okay, so those are isidia. I have another example of isidia. These are always harder to see, so get ready, okay? So bear with me when we try to find these ones, because the first ones I showed you are the bestest in the world, and they're the ones I like to show people because they're easy to see. These are sort of less straightforward, but hopefully you'll be able to tell. Yeah, that those look like peg-like isidia sticking up off the surface of this lichen. This is the genus Parmelia, and you can tell the genus Parmelia because it has a little network of white lines and cracks on its growing lobe tips. And there's a lobe tip, and they're brownish on the tips. And they have those beautiful little white lines and cracks on the lobe tip. So if you ever see a leafy lichen, a little bit of review, this is a nice leafy lichen, and it's got isidia, which are peg-like reproductive structures, okay? So now we've seen one kind of reproductive structure. I'll go back to my blackboard. So those were isidia, peg-like, and I hope that was pretty clear. The next type are called Cerediia. And here's the upper surface of my lichen, and I'm drawing breaks in it. Okay, so we've got a broken upper surface, and the algal cells are underneath there. And sometimes they'll be released in small packages, and the packages have algal cells neatly packaged in a little weft of fungal tissue. Oops, wrong color. So we have a few algal cells, and it really is just a few. It's a dozen maybe algal cells in a neat little package of fungal tissue. And those individual units are called Cerediia. Those, again, they come through a broken outer layer of the lichen, and they can disperse and form a whole new lichen as soon as they land, which is a pretty neat thing to be able to do. So Cerediia are very tiny, and what they don't, so in contrast to isidia, they don't have this cortex layer. They don't have that outer surface layer. So they end up looking quite powdery. And in the field, that's what you rely on. You rely on the lack of pegs, but also when you see powdery patches. So I'll pull together some of my examples of that, and I'll put them under the microscope for you. So what I had in my video was little name tags for everybody, which I don't have organized right now, I'm afraid. So if you have questions about the genera, please let me know. So this next one that's coming up is called Ramellina, and it has wonderful Cerediia. And here it comes on the microscope. Okay, so this lichen, I'll show you where it's attached. So that is a bit of bark with a different lichen on it. And we have a holdfast at the base. Oh, I'm sorry, trying to do this in. Oh my goodness, I'm making myself seasick. Sorry, folks. Okay, so we have a holdfast at the base. So this is a bushy lichen. If I turn it upside down, there is no upside down because the upper and lower surfaces look just alike. But what you can see are these oval patches all over the place. And the oval patches are aggregations of individual Cerediia. So each of those oval patches is hundreds and thousands of Cerediia together. So here's a pin coming in. This is an insect pin, so for the size you can tell it's really small. So these oval patches are full of individual little tiny Cerediia. And when you see them individually, sometimes you can find them lying around on the surface of a lichen, and they just look like dust grains. They're so tiny. So hopefully you'll be able to see those individual, they look like grains of dust lying on the surface. And the powdery texture of these patches of Cerida is diagnostic, okay? So that's an asexually reproducing lichen. It's in the genus Ramellina. You'll recognize Ramellinas from all the coastal rocks. There's an awful lot of Ramellinas on coastal rocks. So I'll bring you another Ceridiate lichen, which is coming now. Here it comes. And this was my example of what a foliose lichen was. So this is the genus Evernia, and it has these wonderful networks of sort of raised ridges. And on the edges of the lobes, you can see those tiny powdery patches. They're very small. And those tiny powdery patches that are sort of matte in texture are full of these individual grains of Ceridia. All right, so these are the important things to try to get your head around when you're trying to identify a lichen. The first thing you ask yourself is, well, you know, is it leafy? Is it leafy? That's an easy question. Is it a bushy one? So cladonias qualify as bushy lichens. Here it comes towards my camera. So that's a cladonia, and because they're not different top to bottom, that counts as bushy. The next thing you want to know is how it's reproducing, and the asexual ways have to do with fragmentation. So we've gone over 3 of those kinds. Now, the next kind of reproduction we're going to talk about is sexual reproduction. Well, we'll leave asexual up there. That's important. And then the sexual variety is how we identify fungi, right? How do we, if you find a fungus and you don't know what it is, you have to look at how it makes its spores. And that's true for the lichens as well. So we're looking at the ways they make their spores. And sexual reproduction is all about that sexual process. Now, most lichens are what we call ascomycetes, which are cup fungi. And they're called cup fungi because they produce these big, they look like jam tarts, right? So there's an example of a big crustose lichen, and you can see why these are called jam tarts. If you're from Britain, right, you know what a jam tart is. I am not from Britain. I did not know what a jam tart was. So someone had to teach me what a jam tart was. And that is another picture. So you can see how the outer rim of it might be the pie crust, and the inside there would be the jam. And when you make a cross section of one of those, here's what you get. So we have the outer crust is this little bit of brown, and then the inner is where the spores are produced. I have a question coming in. I have a couple. What magnification is this microscope? I have a USB microscope that is magnifying around 25 to 40 times. It's kind of hard to tell, depends on how close it is to the stage. And then, can all types of lichens reproduce in every way, or do some have specializations? Yes, that's a good question. And by species, they tend to specialize. So most species will have a preferred strategy, but almost all of them will be able to do some kind of sexual reproduction at some time. There are exceptions to all of these things, but generally a given species will have a given strategy. So I'll show you another in life on my microscope. Here it comes. And this is one that you know. Oh, I'm sorry, I've unshared my video. There we go. Oh, look, it's a quiz. What kind of lichen is that? Is it a foliose lichen? And the answer is yes, because if I could put my needle under it, we could lift up one of those lobes. It's so tiny, it's really hard to do it. But you can see it moving, so we know it's foliose. But that's not what I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you this, which is the fruiting structures of Xanthoria. So this is Xanthoria parietina, a really, really common lichen. You'll all know it because it's growing on elder trees all around us all the time. And you can see those jam tarts on it. And that orange jam in the middle of these discs is, that's where all the spores are. So inside that, if we made a cross section, we'd see the spores inside. Okay, so this is characteristic of all ascomycetes. They make their spores inside little sacs in their fruiting structures. So these, I'm calling them jam tarts. The real name of them is apothecia. So if I stumble and I say apothecia, it means the same as these jam tarts. They're open discs, they make sexual spores. And the sexual spores are, what they have to do then is go out and find their own, another algal partner all by their lone. So that's a little bit difficult. This is another one. So those are very characteristic apothecia or jam tarts of the genus Lecanora. So those are sexual reproducers, very clearly, because they're making their spores in these discs. The thing about these little spores is I'm going to show you my other screen again, because I want to tell you about spores. So I showed you this picture before. So that is at 400 times magnification inside. So here are some jam tarts that don't have an obvious crust. But inside that, at 400 times magnification, you can see sort of a cylindrical shaped cell. And that cylindrical shaped cell has 8 spores inside. Those cylindrical cells fill with fluid, and their osmotic pressure increases and increases and increases until the spores are shot vertically up and out of the jam. Okay, so they're shot at incredible accelerations, and the acceleration is high enough to get the spore up and out through the boundary layer of still air and up into the atmosphere. But that is a pretty risky proposition, isn't it? Because they have to go up and out, but then they have to come down again, and they're super tiny. They're so small that coming down again and then finding the algal partner, it seems a bit risky, but it works, doesn't it? Because we see them all around us all the time. So that's sexual reproduction. And not all lichens are ascomycetes, so they don't all make these typical sort of open discs. There's lots of variation in it. So I'll show you some other variants on that theme. So here comes one that looks a little bit different. This one has stripes or squiggles. Look at this. So this is one of the script lichens. So those are also spore-bearing structures. This is the genus Graphis. And those spore-bearing structures have those little cylindrical cells inside. Here comes another one, same genus, but a little bit different again. Okay, so those are also sexual reproducers. And one more coming along that's a little bit different again. So this is not Graphis anymore, this is the genus Arthonia. And you can see that there's nothing that looks like it's going to break away, does it? Instead, you get these usually contrasting colored patches, and they tend to have kind of this matte surface texture, and that will change. And as the humidity changes, then the spores will be released. Okay. So those are the main questions that we need to introduce you to for lichen identification. First, growth form, and second, reproduction. I'm just going to close my door. Somehow my household has filled up just again. Now, the next thing I want to do is introduce you to some really common lichen genera. Before I do that, I want to just ask if anybody has any questions. So if my team can help keep an eye on questions for me, I'm really happy to just stop where I am and answer questions, because those are the main things I wanted to talk about first of all. And the reason I wanted to talk about those first of all is because earlier on I suggested that the first thing you should do when you get interested in lichens is get yourself a simple guide like these FSC guides. And if you look in those guides, the first question at the back is growth form. Is it crustose? Yep. Okay. So then what about the reproduction? And then the color. So color is really important in lichens, and we'll talk about color in a minute. But I just wanted to show you that as soon as you can answer those two questions, you can start doing these multi-axis keys. Is it foliose? Oh, you know what that means. That means it's leafy. And what kind of reproduction does it have? Does it have pegs like these, or does it have powdery stuff? So now you know a little bit about what to look for these kind of characteristics. Now, Scotland isn't a really neat place, right? So Scotland is a place famous for not just its wonderful plants, but also its fungi. And we have habitats that are defined by diversity of their bryoid lichens, like the Atlantic rainforest. This is of international importance. As botanists, you're probably all aware of it already. And it's one of the habitats that we focus on a lot in the Botanic Garden in Edinburgh, for example. And it's not just us who are interested. So Plant Life has come up with a series of guides of rainforest lichens. This is one for the lakes, but there's a series of guides for the rainforests of Scotland as well. And these habitat-based guides are really, really essential. And the reason is because we have about 2,000 lichens in the UK. So how do you start? How do you start to identify them? Well, first you need these really basic characteristics. Second of all, you need one of these, right? If you don't have a hand lens, you're really going to be, it's going to be a lot harder, and you're not going to see some of these things. You won't see the Asidia and you won't see the Ceridia without a hand lens for sure. You can see them in the field with that though. So that is simple equipment and a simple set of guides will get you started. And when you have this simple set of guides, you're reducing the number of species of interest or that you might find from 1,000 or 2,000 down to about 40 to 50. So these little guides, I have to really strongly recommend them. I think they're a great way to get going. So we're about halfway into the workshop. The next thing I wanted to do was, now that we've got some ideas about the basic questions you need to answer, is I want to introduce you to some of the common genera. When I go out in the field and I am faced with a stick like this and I'm teaching, the first thing I say to people is, okay, well, let's just break it down, find all the fruticose lichens on the stick, right? And then try to sort them into piles. We can deal with the names of them after that. So sort them into piles by growth form. Okay, so here's there's, oh, that was just sitting on top. So here we have something with a holdfast. See that dark part? There's a dark part on the end there. It doesn't look different top to bottom. And I've just got distracted because I hear that there's some questions on the chat that I wasn't watching for, sorry. So that's my first thing, is we're going to go through some lichens by growth form first, and then we can introduce you to some common genera. So let's look in the chat and see what am I missing? Oh my goodness, let's see. Oh my goodness, this is great.
Help you find them. Sarah
No,
G asks, you're okay, all right.
I got them, I'm there. Yeah, thanks so much. So do Isidia only grow on leafy lichens? No, you can find Isidia on crusty lichens as well. I'm trying to think if I know any on fruticose lichens, on the bushy ones. And yes, actually, this genus is Usnea. You probably all know the genus Usnea. I'll introduce it in a minute. But yeah, it has Isidia too. So the growth forms and reproductive structures can be completely interchanged and mixed into any combination. That's a great question. Are lichens sexually dimorphic? Is the next question. No, the answer to that is definitely no. I was trying to get my head around what does that mean? And that means, is there a difference between sort of like male and female, I guess is what you're after. They don't really have males and females. They have sort of mating types, and most ascomycetes, which is most lichens are ascomycetes. Ascomycetes have two mating types. They have like A and alpha, or A and B, or whatever you want to call it. And you can't tell them apart. And sometimes they can't even tell each other apart. They have selfers and outcrossers just like plants do, and they don't look different depending on the mating type. What they can look different on is the stage of reproduction, and Cladonia, I guess, is an example of that. So you probably know the genus Cladonia. I'm just looking for a picture of one. So for example, these pictures of Cladonia down here at the bottom, they start out with a scaly form of growth, and then only later do they form the stalks. So the scales are sort of the primary thallus, and the stalks are the secondary thallus. So in that sense, that's the only genus that really does that though. So that's pretty unusual. Can they sexually reproduce year round? Yes, lichens are perennials almost always. There's a very few sort of ephemeral species, but mostly they're perennial. They're out there all the time. We don't know a lot about the seasonality in their spore production, or for that matter, in their growth. When it has been looked at, it seems to be that growth and spore production peaks in spring and autumn, but that's probably variable depending on species and weather. Great questions. Can the algae involved live viably separately? Yes, they can. The diversity of fungi involved in lichens is around 35,000. The diversity of algae involved in lichens and cyanobacteria taken together, hundreds right now. We have to kind of take that with a big pinch of salt, because the more molecular work we do, the more we realize how little we understand about the diversity of the single cell photobionts, which is the algae and the cyanobacteria. So it's tricky, but there are many, many more fungi than there are algae. I'm getting a message that my internet is unstable. So hopefully you can still hear me all right. The question about algae living separately is true, but if you wanted to find the genus algae in the genus Trabuxia, I would look in a like population are in the lichens. So a lot of the lichen algae are specialists lichen algae. They can live separately, but mostly they're found, their largest populations are in the algae, in the lichens. Plant Life, that's right, Plant Life has a conservation project funding and protecting rainforests. That's absolutely true, that's been ongoing. Magnification for a hand lens is a very good question. This is a 10x lens, and I buy them in bulk from UK Geology for like nothing, for £2 or £3 each, and I give them to students, and I give them away if you ever find me and you take too much of an interest, I might just give you one, because I love being able to do that. So they don't cost much, and it's all you really need. I have a very good lens that's a triplet lens. So if you want to spend 20 or 30 pounds on a good lens, I would do that because it'll make your life better and you'll see more and it'll last you forever. Whereas these ones, you know, the screws fall out and the optics aren't amazing, but they're enough. So I would, if you want to buy a good lens, buy a triplet lens, like a good Bausch & Lomb triplet lens. NHBS sources really good lenses as well, and you can get them with LED lights, which is great. 10x is all you need for a hand lens. Here's a question. Are the species of algae and cyanobacteria in lichens also found elsewhere? Independent, yes, and I think I answered that before. Is a species of lichen always the same combination of fungus and food source? And the answer to that is no. So you can definitely have, in fact, this lichen, this little fantastic thing is called Ramalina farinacea. It's a really common epiphyte all around in the northern parts of Europe, really, and Asia. And every time people have looked at it with molecular tools, they have found two different algae in it, two different strains. They're both Trabuxia, but one strain is better at photosynthesizing in warm, dry conditions, and the other strain is better at photosynthesizing in cool, moist conditions. So that's a pretty clever trick. A lot of corals do that, so that's really neat, and we might find that in more lichens the more we look. But for example, in cladonias, a single species of cladonia might have 4 different strains of algae depending on where you pick it up in the world. So the same fungus can associate with many different algal strains. And there's a whole field of research about that. That's really, really interesting. In fact, I don't have an example of this. This is really close to it though. Sticta. So this is the genus Sticta. This is a rainforest lichen, and Sticta can sometimes have a green algal partner and sometimes a cyanobacterial partner, and it will look really different depending on if it has a green algal or a cyanobacterial partner. It'll be green if it's green algal and this kind of brown color if it's cyanobacterial, but it could have different cyanobacterial partners that are not that closely related, and they'll still look brown. Questions are fast and furious. How do algal partners and fungal spores combine to commence? That is experimentally, has been experimentally studied quite a bit. And there are fungal proteins called leptins involved, and the fungal spore, there's a communication that's molecular and chemical. If they're nearby each other, they can sense each other. If it's the right partnership, then the fungal cells will start to encase the photobiont in kind of a gelatinous matrix and then initiate this structural complexity. If it's the wrong partnership, then the fungus can eat it and just kill it. Or it might not even notice that it's there. It depends on how closely the signaling is, how different these things are, and if they've ever encountered each other and how distant they are from the proper pairings. So these are all hot topics. You can all be PhD lichenologists. These are all PhD questions. Is it true that vigorous lichen growth indicates very good air quality? Where's my stick? Okay, this is a stick from Doik Botanic Garden in Peeblesshire. You can't even see the stick, right? And this is a stick from near Edinburgh. So that Xanthoria, that bright orange one here, tells us that we have a lot of nitrogen enrichment, and that's very common. So lichens have their own menu of what they like to eat and experience. Well, they eat. They're like their algae, the sugars their algal partners produce, but they can tolerate different conditions. So some are fine. There was one lichen that loved the acid conditions from acid rain, but only one. And in clean air situations, you get the best development of the diversity that should be there. So that's different. So yes and no. If you've got vigorous lichen growth and a lot of diversity, pretty good sign, you've got good air quality. When we're talking about these big bushy lichens, you can imagine the amount of surface area to volume is tremendous. So because everything they need, everything that they need to survive comes in from the atmosphere and lands on them. So mineral nutrients and dust is where they get their minerals from. They don't have attachments into the tree. There's nothing that comes in from the holdfasts or risings. It all just lands on them. So in a place with lots of air pollution, that's a lot of pollution landing on them, and that will wipe out very many of them. Okay, last question is the relationship between the fungi and algal partner parasitic or symbiotic? And that's an open question. So we think of it as a mutualism because we know very clearly that the fungus can't survive without the algal partners or the cyanobacterial partners. So we know the fungus benefits. The algal partners benefit from having a very safe place. And I'm going to show you one of my pictures again. So if we look at this cross section, the upper surface of this cross section, this is all fungal material here, and it's got pigments. That pinkish stuff is a special pigment that's only in the upper surface of this lichen, in the cortex, and it's the sunscreening compound to protect its green algal cells. So for the reason that the alga benefits in the sense of having UV screening, it has a beautiful source and structure for display. It has huge population sizes, and it gets protection from herbivores. It seems to me that it meets the qualifications for a mutualism. On the other hand, if it's an underperforming alga for whatever reason, if a fungus sets up shop with an alga that's not doing a great job, I can't guarantee that the fungus won't just kill it and try a new one. But that would have to happen at a very early stage of development. Yeah, so that's a lot of really good questions. There is, I should have worn my t-shirt. I have a t-shirt that has a fungal, a lichen cross section on it, and the actually, I'll just draw what it has on it is a picture of a meanie looking guy. Got this guy like a meanie looking mean piece of mycobiont with a mean face, and he's got these algal cells like locked up in jail. You can think of it as a controlled parasitism, because as soon as those algal cells make the food, the fungus immediately converts it into a form that the algae can't use anymore. And it can take 60% or more of the photosynthate straight out of the cells of the alga. So, they both benefit, but it's definitely a cost benefit trade-off where they're in it for their own good, both of them, and they both happen to benefit. So in the long run, it works. What's interesting though, there's so many interesting questions about it. So here's this little guy. So this is Arthonia. I'm going to put it under the microscope because this is a great, it's a teaching moment. Under the digital microscope, here comes Arthonia. Okay, so that is the genus Arthonia. It has a really different fruit structure than all the ones that we will have seen. This is in a completely different lineage of fungi than all the other lichens I've shown you. It's not at all related to all these normal lichens that you think of. And in fact, Arthonia is a huge genus of hundreds of species. Some of them are lichens, some of them are not lichens, and some of them are sometimes lichens if it suits them. So there are quite a few that are like that as well. And Arthonia is one that is often a parasite, and it's often a parasite of other lichens. So it's a pretty interesting case. And that's Arthonia. Okay, so now it is I've got about 15 minutes. And what I wanted to do was introduce you to some common genera. So I've got my little name tags, and I'm going to try to get those into use so that you guys can see the names written out, because I don't know about you, but when I hear a name that I've never heard, I need to see it or spell it. The first one I want to introduce you to, as I said before, when we've got a stick like this, is I want to talk about them by growth form because I like to keep things organized. So we're going to go through growth form by growth form. And I showed you my other twig here, which is covered in the genus Usnea. So what makes Usnea Usnea? It's bushy. It's held on by a holdfast. It's pretty tough on that twig. And I'm going to get it under the microscope so you can see it. Let me see if I've got a tag that says Usnea on it. I think I lost that one. Oh, here it comes. Okay. There it is, Usnea. Probably bigger than you needed to see that. So here is Usnea, and it's got cylindrical branches. That's really clear. I hope you can see that along the main axis, it's got dusty looking stuff. Those will be Ceridia and Isidia if they're cylindrical. So this one makes everything. And there's little pale patches on its branches. There's lots of Ceridia there. Okay, so you're right if you thought, hey, those pale patches look familiar. That's right. So it has a holdfast, it's got cylindrical branches, and it does a trick. Not many lichens do this. Get ready. I'm going to pull on it, and it's going to stretch. You see it stretching? It's stretching, and the cortex is breaking, right? And you can see, look at that stretching. It's still stretching. Oh, it's finally gone. So there's a cord in the middle of the branches of Usnea that gives it this strength. And it's that white string. And that white string in the middle, I hope you can all see that okay. That white string in the middle is a special cord that just gives the genus Usnea strength. Because if you think about where it likes to grow, which is up in the canopy of trees, especially on twigs, but it can grow on rocks too, then you know that it will be experiencing, like on a day like today, 60-mile-an-hour wind. And it needs that structural strength. It's also a great genus character. Cylindrical branches with a cord in the middle, Usnea, every time. So let's stick with our attempts to keep going through genera. I'm looking for my Ramalina specimen that I put down. And here it is. Okay, here comes a Ramalina. So Ramalina has strap-shaped branches. Okay, so those branches are flat and they're kind of pale green. I forgot to mention the color of Usnea. I said color is important. Color is important. So here's the other side of the branches of Ramalina, and they're just this kind of pale green color. Ooh, they've got some strange growth there, but they're strap-shaped. Okay, this particular species looks like it's starting to make apothecia, so these little round structures. If I can get my needle in there. So these little round structures on the ends of branches, those are going to be apothecia, which is going to be sexual spore-producing structures coming, but this is a bit young and it hasn't formed them yet. But those are initials, those are just getting going. So that's Ramalina, they're all strap-shaped. And I'm going to just zoom out a little on it so you can see it from a bit of a distance, because that one's not so big. And there's the holdfast over here, that black part. And it's got these strap-shaped branches, pale green in color. All right, so that's a common bushy or fruticose genus. Third, did I show you the name? I'm not sure I did. So that was Ramalina. Ramalina, okay. Now the next one is Cladonia, which I'm sure you all know. As botanists, it's something that you just kind of have to know. So this is my reindeer lichen. This is actually a reindeer lichen. This guy came from Finland. And this covers huge thousands and thousands of square miles in the boreal forest. It's got cylindrical branches. This one doesn't ever start with a scaly base. This one just dies from the base and then recycles its nutrients to the tip. And it's really richly branched. There's a whole suite of different Cladonia species that are, but not all Cladonia species are as richly branched as that. And I showed you this one before that has cups. There's a lot of cuppy Cladonias. We've got ones with red fruits. So this is a big genus that's important and very diverse. Now, Cladonia, like most fruticose genera, has a lot of things that you'll recognize to the genus, and then beyond that, it's very difficult to tell them apart. So you've got to go on a course. If you want to learn to identify them to species, go on a course. That's true for Usnea as well. You can go to genus and be satisfied with that. Okay, so that's that. Now let's go. I'm going to give you one more crazy example of Ramalina. This is one that is, I'll show you the holdfast, which is down here. So this is a Ramalina that used to be found in the Botanic Garden in 1700 and wasn't in the Botanic Garden again until about 10 years ago. And you can see the size of it. It's got its sexual reproductive structures on it. You can see those apothecia there. So those are its spore-producing structures. And the size of the lobes are huge. You can see my needle on this one is very different in size. So big, flat lobes. So if you've got pale green, cartilaginous lobes, Ramalina. Right, let's move to foliose lichens, because my stick had quite a lot of foliose lichens on it. And the first foliose genus you've got to know in Scotland is Parmelia. I showed you a Parmelia already. And how can you tell it's Parmelia? Because of those growing tips and the network of nice lines and cracks. So hopefully on the edges of these lobes, you can see those little tiny white cracks. The underside of Parmelia has black rhizines. And the best way to see that is actually to look from the top. So I'm going to zoom in. And what we're going to try to do is see the black rhizines from overlapping lobes. So you can usually see them poking out from underneath. And I can see some at the top of the screen just poking out from underneath a lobe. So black rhizines below, but that network of white lines and cracks is the giveaway for the genus Parmelia. And it's best to see them on the growing lobes. And you can see those rhizines poking out really clearly there, okay? So that's Parmelia. And there's another example of Parmelia. That's one that was from rocks. This version of Parmelia is from twigs. And this one doesn't have isidia. This one has Soredia. And I hope you can see those powdery patches that are in irregular patches. That's all Soredia. Look at them all. So these are the powdery asexual reproductive structures. And they arise from gaps in the thallus. So when I said you can recognize Parmelia because of its network of lines and cracks, well, that network of lines and cracks is where the Soredia or the isidia arise. Okay, so that's Parmelia. That's a really common leafy lichen. Now, the next one is one that I already showed you as well. It's the one that I started the whole talk with, which is the genus Peltigera. And Peltigera, here comes the name. Hopefully I can just focus out because this thing's so big I have to show it from a distance. So Peltigera often has cyanobacteria, but not always. So this species is a cyanobacterial species. And you can tell because it's that kind of gray color. So when you have grays and browns, then you think this is probably a cyanobacterial lichen. It's so big, there's not even a point in using the microscope for this. So I'm looking at the upper surface. There's my finger. You can see the size. It has kind of a furry upper surface that's gray. If I flip it over, it has this network of, here, I'll put this lobe in. That's a better one to see it. Look at those veins. So it's got this network of veins underneath. And they can be raised like they are here. They're very much raised in this species, and they radiate towards the tips as they branch. They can be colored. They can be raised and colored. They can be only colored. And then there are all of these projecting things, which are easier to see on the edges. So those are projecting rhizines over here. So these rhizines are just for attachment. They're not for the uptake of nutrients. So when you see they tend to be big. A big foliose lichen with veins and rhizines, Peltigera. Okay, here's the next one is also one that I've shown you before. Keeping my eye on the time. I know I've got only 5 minutes to go. So here's the genus Evernia. This is the oak moss. And this is the one where it's white on one side with Soredia on the edges and green on the other side. So it looks a bit three-dimensional, but actually it's foliose because it has green only on one side. Okay, so Evernias, They often have this dichotomous branching pattern. In Britain, we only have a single species, so it's really easy. We only have this one, Evernia prunastri. In other parts of the world, there are other species, but they tend to always look like this kind of odd three-dimensional foliose thing with a network of raised ridges. Okay, so that's Evernia, and this one's Evernia prunastri. This one has been used in the perfume industry for years and years and years. So if any of you have a really fancy perfume at home, you might have Evernia in your perfume. So I'm not seeing any other questions coming in, which means I'm going to give you another genus that I really, really like. This one's from the mountains. This thing has those white lines, again, little white spots again, doesn't it? So this is a beautiful thing called Citraria, and this is Citraria icelandica, or the Icelandic moss. We always have to deal with these mossy names. And I like this one because, first of all, it's only in beautiful places in the mountains. So when you find it, it's special. If you're phoning in to this meeting from the northern part of England, then this species is not so common. But if you're in the northern parts of Scotland, then you're probably going to see it a fair amount when you go hill walking. If you look down, it's a member of what we call the shadow lichens because it's kind of hard to see. It's so dark that unless you're actually looking for it, you don't spot it. But these little white things are gaps again in the upper cortex, and they're only on one side, which means, of course, it's foliose, even though it pretends to not be foliose. So we've got no dots on one side and dots on the other side. And what are those dots for? I would be remiss if I didn't tell you what those dots are for. So I'm going to just show you one more picture. Again, this one. And how does a lichen work? Well, these guys are photosynthesizing, aren't they? And this, in the microscope, you can't see through it because it's full of air, because this is how gas exchange happens. So a lot of lichens have different ways of getting air in. And those little white lines and dashes that I keep showing you are those kinds of things. I know there's going to be a bunch of things I didn't get to tell you about. So how can I wrap up? How I can wrap up is, if you find yourself interested in lichens, then what you should do is go to the British Lichen Society website, first of all. There's some information there about how to learn. We've got some wonderful ongoing online workshops that have just started thanks to COVID, right? When the world throws you lemons, you make lemonade. And there have been some really great workshops for beginners just getting going. You bring a lichen, you bring a question, you just listen, whatever you like. So we're excited about that. We have the Field Studies centers run courses. So a lot of British Lichen Society long-running members teach courses for the Field Studies Council. The Botanic Garden in Edinburgh, of course, is another good place to start because we have launched a series of wonderful little lichen trails. So hopefully some of you have been to the Botanic Garden in Edinburgh and seen the lichen safari. So for £1, you get a little 20-page booklet just full of information and photographs. It used to be you could borrow a hand lens like this from us, but right now with COVID, you'll have to bring your own. But we have those lichen trails at Benmore, and we have one at Logan, and we're just about to launch one at Doik as well. So there are lots of good sort of easy ways to get started. Start small by choosing a habitat, but start big by trying to concentrate on the big lichens, because the macro lichens, the leafy and the bushy ones, are ones you can actually identify just with a hand lens and a few terms. So I hope this helps you. These terms are the ones that you need, and good luck with your lichen endeavors from here on out. Oh my gosh, there was a million questions coming in that I hadn't spotted. Oh no, I'll be able to get to those while people are ongoing. Julie, do you want me to just go through a few of them while I have a couple minutes?
Yeah, I think you can do that because our next presentation is taped anyway. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right, well, we'll do a few. So is the relationship between, we did that one, is the black growth found on twigs around whiskey distilleries fungus? Yes, only fungus, not lichenized. The microscope images, I'm using something called a pluggable USB microscope. I'll show it to you. Dun, dun, dun. Pluggable. This is not a product endorsement, but that is what I'm using because that's what I have. We gave them to our master's students this year at the Botanic Garden, and they seem to work pretty well. You can see, though, that they're difficult to kind of manipulate. So I would rather have a cheap dissector that I can work under. Do lichens support biodiversity in general? Oh, yes, they do. So there are some fantastic stories of this. There was a great example with a peltigera. I was looking online and found a peltigera that an artist had painted, and she found a beautiful springtail in it, painted the springtail, sent it to somebody and said, oh, that's a new species. So yeah, lots of little tiny things, eat lichens, live in lichens, rely on lichens for all sorts of things, but they tend to be small. There is a pretty clear relationship though in woodlands, for example, if you've got lots of twigs that look like that, then of course there's lots of places to hide and you get a lot more invertebrates, which tends to mean you get more birds, for example. Can you show the Latin name for Icelandic moss? Sorry, I'll have to write that one because I didn't make a tag for that. That's called Citraria. Can you show us the Latin name for Icelandic moss? Great. Okay. Oh, I've got a lot of really nice comments. Thank you, everybody else. I am super worried about the impact of ash dieback. So yes, Jim, I am, because there are hundreds of species that use ash and about 24 that rely completely on ash. So in the wake of losing elm with the rich bark, now we're losing ash with rich bark. It's going to have a huge impact for epiphytes, not just lichens, but mosses as well. Thanks, everybody.
There's just one question which has appeared on chat, which is, where is a good spot in Edinburgh to start looking for lichens?
Oh, good question. Well, obviously, the Botanic Garden is a really good place. Actually, there's probably 100 species of lichens in Edinburgh in the Botanic Garden, and we have this little booklet. So I would strongly suggest you start at the Botanic Garden because you have a few spots that we can point you to with the little booklet. That's a great place. The next place I would go is to the Granton Breakwater, which is wonderful. It's colorful and rich, and there's a bunch of stuff there, and you're walking on top of it all the time. I'm hoping to have a public-facing something developed there at some point in the next year or so. We'll see how that goes. Those are my best. Actually, I'd go to Cramond Island if you could, but that's a little harder to get to and a little further away. So depending on on your mobility and the accessibility to Cramond Island, I would definitely go there for the coastal rocks and the Botanic Garden for the epiphytes, for the trees.
Well, thank you very much, Rebecca. That was absolutely fantastic. It was almost like being in the same room as you.
Good.
So I think it's probably time that we moved on to the next workshop, which is Introduction to Winter Tree ID by Mark Duffel. Now, Mark can't be with us this afternoon, so it's all taped, but you can still ask questions because he will come back in at some point. He will get in touch with you to answer them. So Mark's always been keen to promote botany as a profession. He's got terrific field skills and does a lot of training through teaching for universities, consultancies, voluntary organisations, etc. He's the lead tutor and a lecturer at the Manchester Metropolitan University, their MSc in Biological Recording and Ecological Monitoring. So, Tom, can we go over to his video, please?
Welcome to this introduction to winter tree identification. My name is Mark Duffel and I'm the main botanist and director of Arvensis Ecology. I also teach for Manchester Metropolitan University on their MSc in Biology Recording and Ecological Monitoring, which specialises in the identification skills essential for any ecologist. On top of this, I'm also a BSBI referee for garden shrubs, be they native or naturalised escapes. I have long had an interest in trees and shrubs, starting from when, as a child, around 5 or 6 years old, I brought home a twig from a winter walk and pushed it into the ground at the end of the walk. I later found it had grown and sprouted leaves in the spring, and that started my fascination. I suspect it was from a willow, perhaps goat willow, but I'll never know. It is often in winter, when the leaves have been stripped away, that we can appreciate the forms of trees and shrubs better, and often see those similarities between apparently unrelated species. For instance, this is a good time to see the clustered terminal buds of oaks, or the stout opposite buds and numerous bud scales of your maples and sycamores. Many of the features used in winter identification are not surprisingly also useful outside of that season, and the absence of leaves, flowers and fruits forces you to focus on the smaller scales of buds, bud scars and stipules scales. Some of these are obvious, many minute, but in time they can become useful features to quickly make an identification. This introduction will start with looking at some of the useful botanical characters and how they apply to winter tree ID. We'll look at the gross morphology of twigs and buds, followed by more microscopic characters such as stipule scars and the presence or absence of hairs or scales. All of this will be aided significantly by a good quality hand lens, a ×20 would be perfect, and a good field guide. And we'll have a look at some of the available identification guides, some of which are ideal for the field, some of which are less so, and which to choose, and it'll be followed by a series of practical exercises in using John Poland's excellent field guide to winter twigs. When looking to identify a tree or a shrub in winter, there's various bits of basic anatomy and terminology that you need to understand. For a start, the use of the words nodes and internodes. Nodes are the parts of a plant where leaves will emerge from, so in winter is the point where the buds are. So where I'm illustrating here with my finger, that is a node, there's another node there and another node there. Now the gaps between the nodes, so there's one node there and another node there, the gap between is known as the interval between the nodes, or the internode. It's useful when looking at identification of winter tree and shrub specimens to be able to understand is what you're looking at, is it the current season's growth or any other for the previous season's growth. So if we look at our specimen here on the screen, we can see the lovely big fat bud. As we work our way down, we'll see that there's a ring of scars, and those ring of scars are the remains of bud scales. If we work our way down a little bit further, there's another ring of scars there. Working our way further still, there's another ring of scars, and right down here there are as well. So at each point where there's a ring of scars, so like on here, that is the remains of the bud scales, and each bud of those cluster of terminal bud scales is the termination of 1 year's growth. So in fact on our specimen we can go from the youngest part where there's a cluster of bud scales there forming that big terminal bud. These will leave the scars for next year. If we run our finger down, we find that that is 1 year's growth, 2 years growth, 3 years growth, and finally 4 years growth. If we zoom out, we'll see that last year was a very good year for this particular plant. It had that much growth for 1 year last year, then the previous year was a shorter length of growth, even shorter, and so on. So we've had very slow years and then a really good year last year. We've got a selection of species here that show a variety of features that are useful for their identification. Firstly, the arrangement of their buds on the stem. Are they opposite? So do they have one bud either side from each other? So almost like a pear. Do they have alternate buds? So a strong left, right, or are they spiraling? So also left, right, but on a spiral or helical form. So if we look at our first two specimens, we can see the buds are clearly left and right. There's one bud on the left where my thumb is, another one on the other side. So an individual bud either side of the stem. So these two species have opposite arrangements of buds. Then we have a specimen which is very strictly alternate, And if we press it down, you can see that none of the buds are hidden. They're all clearly showing. There's a strong left, right, left, right. So these are alternate buds. Last three are examples of alternate, but they're spiraling. If I press this twig down now, I can't do it very well because there's actually a bud hiding behind. So there's one bud hiding on the back, another one here, another here, another here, another there, and spiraling, and there would be a bud there, but it's broken off. So spiraling buds, and this is seen particularly well in this specimen of a willow. You can see how it, there we go, left, right. There's one hidden on the back, one on the front, one on the back, and one on the side again. Here we have a nice example of a typical winter twig bearing a large terminal bud. That's the dark green bud at the tip of the branch or the twig, and then lateral buds, those are the ones that are on the side. And these lateral buds are arranged oppositely, so we've got one on the right hand side and one on the left. And if we rotate the twig higher up, you'll see that there's some tiny little lateral buds as well towards the tip. So there's one there and one just visible on the other side. So this is our terminal bud, and you'll notice the terminal bud is covered in scales, dense scales. That's not always the case. Some buds can be naked, they have no scales on them. In this case, we can see that we've got paired opposite buds. So there's a scale on one side and there's a scale on the other. So there's a pair of scales there. And if we rotate the bud through 90 degrees, we see there's another pair of bud scales there as well. And this is useful to see because if you have opposite buds, so like here, opposite buds, a left and a right, you'll also have opposite bud scales. So that pattern is repeated throughout the plant. If we look at the arrangement of the branches and the stems as a whole on a tree, we can often work out the original leaf arrangement, and then when you get up closer to it you can observe those in finer detail. So if we look lower on down on this plant, we can see that there's two branches coming off, and then if we rotate it you can see there's two more branches coming off. So they're nicely paired, so that's suggesting to me that this tree has a opposite buds arrangement. So see how they diverge there, and the same here and the same here. So if we look closely at this sort of point, we should find, and there we are, beautifully illustrated, pair of buds there, strictly opposite, and notice the line in between them, the interpetiolar ridge. We can see here two examples of winter twigs. One of them which has naked buds, they don't have any form of bud scale covering. You can just about see the sort of primordial primitive little leaf there that's covered together. They're often heavily covered in hairs or some dense sort of scales to protect them. And then the other example has multiple scales, bud scales, and in this case they're spiraling around, sometimes they're alternate, and the number of scales can be incredibly useful in separating species. There's several useful identification features on this slide. The first is the two distinct types of buds. The upper buds, those on the right of the screen, with that sort of bishop's mitre, slightly conical shape, are vegetative buds, and they will open later on in the new year into becoming leaves, the foliage. Then the lower buds, those towards the left of the screen, the round orbicular buds, those are going to be the next year's flowers in this case for this particular species. Not all trees or shrubs have very obvious distinctions between the two types of buds, but sometimes you might in the winter get catkins present, either last year's or this year's, or young juvenile buds which contain them. Another useful feature here is the leaf scar, where the base of the petiole attached to the stem often leaves a distinctive scar, and in this particular species, John Poland uses the term it looks rather like a monkey's face. I've had students compare it to E.T. we can see the distinct vascular bundles, the phloem and the xylem structures that are attached there, and it leaves a distinctive scar. In this case, it's giving the eyes and the smiley face of the monkey. Stipules, and in particular stipule scars, can be incredibly hard to spot on some species. On this particular species, we've got quite flamboyant stipules here. They're present either side of the leaf petiole. This is the petiole of the leaf here. There's our leaf with the petiole or the stalk. You can see nestling at the base of the stalk there's a little bud, but either side, we're not looking at the bud, it's either side. These two structures are the stipules, and if we carefully remove off the leaf, you'll find that the petiole comes away, leaves a scar, and there's still the two stipules attached. And when these are removed, they leave a minute scar, and it'll be this minute scar that you're looking for sometimes, and it can be really hard to actually spot on your specimen. They're not always very obvious features. There are many more characters that can be used to identify winter trees and shrubs, but unfortunately we do not have the luxury of time today to actually dwell on these any further. So let's start by looking at some of the books that are available to help us with winter tree identification. Perhaps surprisingly, there are quite a number of books that can aid you with tree and shrub identification in winter. These range from books of the 1930s era to the current era and all of the current taxonomy. Some of them are focused on North American trees and shrubs, but include many European species, and others just cover native and non-native flora present in the British Isles. William Trelease wrote Winter Botany, an identification guide to native trees and shrubs in 1931, and this third edition has been reprinted in 2015. It has keys to genera and species with at least one-page description for the genus, and the keys to the species are brief but generally workable. Now there is a very heavy bias to North American species, and there are over 1,000 species contained in there. The keys generally work well, but for European botany it covers many genera and species not commonly found either in the wild or cultivation in these regions. But even so, it is immensely useful when coming across that alien species that you're unfamiliar with. With this book, we're really getting two books in one. Although it's titled A Fruit Key and a Twig Key to Trees and Shrubs, it's biased towards northeastern North America. So there's a fruit key to northeastern trees and a twig key to the deciduous woody plants of eastern North America. It was reprinted in the early 2010s, but originally was produced in 1941 with a follow-up reprint in 1959. So the taxonomy is rather dated, but even so the keys work remarkably well, and there are some very fine black and white photos for many of the species showing close-ups of the buds and thorns and other armour that might be present. It's still useful for alien and planted species that may crop up in the wild in your surveys. In 2013, May and Panther produced a guide to the identification of deciduous broadleaf trees and shrubs in winter, and since then it's had a few reprints and updates, bringing it more in line with current taxonomy. It covers around 70 species, and there are some limitations in the keys. For instance, it doesn't separate bird cherry and wild cherry, Prunus pedis and Prunus avium. It stops at that point, which is possibly not actually a bad thing to do sometimes with tricky groups like that. It does have some issues with the keys, especially when you're around couplet 40, that not all the plants behave or the key was written to too tight a representative group of specimens. But for a beginner, it is an incredibly friendly introduction to what can be a challenging topic. Its keys are pictorial as well as written, and this supports you along the way. So I'd recommend it for the absolute beginner and intermediate botanist alike. It's a really useful guide to have in your armoury, and it's what many of us who learnt Winter Tree ID learnt on using this book. Winter Trees, a photographic guide to common trees and shrubs, was written by Price and Persweden in 2013. It's an excellent photographic reference to 36 common species. It does clump some species together, so things like oaks and birches, it doesn't distinguish between the two species particularly, but it's a good comprehensive guide nonetheless, and it's a useful one to have in your arsenal. Next we come to a huge book by Bernhard Schultz, The Identification of Trees and Shrubs in Winter Using Buds and Twigs. Produced in 2018, it's a worldwide book and covers over 700 species. The keys are incredible. They're really, really well written and well defined, but they do take some experience. This is by no means a beginner's book. The illustrations are beautiful as well, even worthy of hanging on a wall. They're that good. So if you're really struggling to separate, say, some of the different members of the horse chestnut or the buckeye groups, then this has all the different sections within that genus, and then lots of good keys to help you get out the species, and it covers an incredible number of species. So extremely useful, but not for the beginner, more for an advanced botanist. And then also a lot of the species presented in it you're not going to come across regularly. The final book in this range is The Field Key to Winter Twigs, a guide to native and planted deciduous trees, shrubs and woody climbers or xylophytes found in the British Isles, and is another example of great work by John Poland, who we're all familiar with the vegetative key. It's a guide to over 400 species. Most are native, but there are many introduced and non-native species present in there as well. It has its usual indented keys, the format of those, so if you're familiar with the vegetative guide, then it's a very easy key to get into. All the previous keys and books that I mentioned have dichotomous keys. There are nice descriptions of each species within the key. At the end of the keys, there's good illustrations, beautiful illustrations done by Robin Walls, and there's also some excellent photographs as well, which really bring out the features. And this is the book that I'd recommend everyone who's into winter botany having. Not only has John extended the season with the vegetative key, but with the winter twig key, he's extended the season even further. Starting on page 17 of John Poland's Winter Tree Guide, we get the key to the major divisions. This has a few warnings here. It says that the key works best between the 15th of November after most leaf fall and between the 31st of March when most buds are starting to burst. And you often find that if you look before or after, then the measurements that are mentioned in John's book can be slightly out because the plants or the buds have started to develop and grow. It is possible to use it early in the season. It's more reliable than it is certainly later in the year. So if you were using it well into April, you'd find the buds have swollen too much and don't conform to the rules. So you want to collect a specimen, and we've got an example on the screen here. This is a specimen collected from a large tree with various features highlighted here. So it's got a single terminal bud with these paired bud scales. They're a lovely bright green colour, but the edges of the bud scales are darkened, and then they have this minute ciliate fringe of hairs all along the margin. The leaf scars are quite prominent, and in the illustration you can see just about pick out the 3 vascular bundles. In the middle of the leaf scar you can also see the tiny axillary buds as well there. Working our way down the specimen, we've got opposite buds, and they're arranged opposite to each other, and there's an interpetiolar ridge between the bud. This is the line that joins the 2 petiole scars together, and there's no armour or that is thorns or spines present. And this particular specimen was collected from a large tree. So starting at the beginning of the key, as I say, page 17, the key to major divisions. The first 3 questions we get asked are our buds and leaf scars alternate? If that was the case, we go to A. Are the buds and leaf scars opposite or sub-opposite? This is where they are slightly out of line with each other. We go to B. Or buds and leaf scars in 3, occasionally 6 whorls. So when we think about whorled plants, we often think about things like cleavers or galliums, but in this case we're talking about trees such as catalpa, which is Indian bean tree. And if that was the case, we go to C. So for our specimen that's on the screen, the buds and leaf scars are opposite. So we go to page B, or letter divisions in group B. Again, it tells us a little bit of information. It's worth reading this just to double check. Bud scales are in decusate pairs, so that means they're opposite in one plane, then they rotate through 90 degrees and are opposite on the other plane, and so on. Twigs, we've got the 2 bullet points, so we then read twigs without an interpetiolar ridge or with an interpetiolar ridge. So this is the leaf scar that connects the line where the 2 bases of the petioles meet, so this sort of junction. And in our case, our specimen has it, and it asks us then, we drop down, as in John's other keys, this is an indented key, so we work our way through. We start by asking ourselves, are we a climber, a scrambler, a tree or a shrub? And in this case we're a tree, so we drop down again. And we've got 3 questions here, all starting with buds. Buds not visible, or scales obscure. Buds naked, or with only 1 pair of scales, or buds with more than 2 pairs of scales. More than or equal to 2 pairs of scales. So in our case we actually have 6 bud scales there, so we can go to this last one. Then we've got twigs are green or twigs not green. So our stems were sort of olive green, so maybe we need to check again. If the twigs are green, then it's very hollow, and this is pheasantberry, which is Leucisteria formosa, which has an incredibly hollow, rather like a bamboo stem. So ours are definitely not like that. They are green-ish, but they're not without that large hollow. So then we drop down to buds. Are they mostly more than 12 millimeters? Twigs are moderately stout, and John actually defines what moderately stout is in his book nicely. Or the other option is buds are less than or equal to 12 millimeters. And other features, leaf scars, are they large, usually shield shape, or rarely large or shield shaped? So of these 2 lines, I'm going to agree with the second one, that our buds are a lot smaller than that. The twigs are moderately stout, and the leaf scars are not shield shaped. And we drop down into 2 options. We're either a tree, occasionally small, in which case we're probably an acer, or a shrub, occasionally a tree in elder. So I'm saying our plant is a tree, so this is why you need to collect that information in the field, and we'll go to BH. And BH gives us a description here that our plant BH is an acer. The end buds, or buds, are usually less than 12 millimeters. There's a single terminal bud or a paired lateral buds. It gives very other descriptions, saying the scales are 2 to 8 pairs, while we had 6, so that's good. Twigs usually round and so on. So you could read through these characters and get to our so either green with dark margin scales, or green with reddish tints, or buds are reddish or purple. And definitely in our case we've got green buds, so we're now down to only 3 species it could be. Are the buds hairy, at least near the tip, or buds hairless? Now our buds, even when we look closely, we could see that they were very shiny and reflective, and that's often a good hint that your specimen actually is a glabrous or a hairless specimen. We do have a minute fringe of hairs along the margin, but otherwise we're glabrous. So we want to go to the buds hairless, and then we want to decide, are the twigs green to reddish, or are they grey to olive brown? And we can read the description of Acer cappadocicum. That's over somewhere further down the page. It's down the bottom, to see whether that matches our description. But before we do, we can also read this description here. Twigs are grey to olive greens, that's good. Branchlets with bark not fissured. Okay, terminal bud is single or paired, that's true, that's what we've got, a single bud. Usually flanked by 2 small adpressed lateral buds, we had those. 5 to 10 millimeters, that's the right size, and they're usually acute. If you look at this slide, you'll see that they've got little sharp points. The scales, there's 3, occasionally 4 pairs. We had 3 pairs, making a total of 6 scales. They're a lovely shiny green, occasionally reddish green. It says white or buff ciliate, and that's exactly what's around our margins of the bud scales. And if we were to peel them away, the inner scales would be white woody. Then lower down, the lateral buds are usually spreading and smaller. That shows nicely. The leaf scars are broadly crescent shaped. That shows fairly well on the slide. And the bark is smooth and grey and later flakes into square scales. So what we've got is Sycamore Acer pseudoplatanus, and there's a nice illustration of it on plate 2. So if we flick through towards the back of the book, there's these beautiful illustrations. And there we have our specimen, Acer pseudoplatanus, showing those green bud scales with the white fringe of hairs on the margins, the opposite buds, the interpetiolar ridge between them. So a good example of how quick and efficient the key can be. Our next specimen is a tree with tightly adpressed buds. That means the buds are very tight and close to the actual stem of the twig. You can barely get a piece of paper behind them. They may slightly stick out at the end, but really they're incredibly close together. So all of the buds, whether they're terminal buds or lateral buds, are tight to the stem, they're adpressed. Now in this group of trees you often find that the ends of the tips of the branches actually get, and the twigs, they actually get damaged. So in this case the terminal bud is absent, but fortunately we don't need to know about that. The individual buds have only one bud scale. You can actually gently rock it and slowly peel it off, and you'll actually be able to reveal underneath the fluffy inside of the bud. And then they spiral around. They're arranged alternately, but the buds spiral around the stem. And then the bark in this particular species has a lovely golden yellow colour, and there's no armour present, no thorns. To key this species, we start again at page 17, the key to major divisions, and reading the 3 bullet points, the 3 main couplets, we find that the first one, buds and leaf scars alternate, going to letter A, matches best, as our plant has alternate buds and leaf scars. Once we're within A, we then have to decide 2 questions for primarily. Are the twigs armed with prickles, spines or thorns, or the twigs unarmed? And in this particular species there's no armament of any sort, no thorns, spines or prickles. We then drop down a layer and look at the question that says, are we a climber, occasionally sprawling, or are we a tree or shrub? And in our case we were quite a substantial tree. Dropping down again, the next question is at least some buds clustered more than or equal to 3 at the twig tip or base of tip, or at least some buds superposed at lateral or terminal positions, so that means having a bud one above the other in an immediate sense, or all buds are single, stalked or sessile. So the last bit, some species of trees actually have a little short stalk beneath each bud, and sessile means you lack that stalk. Our specimen only has a single bud at each position. They're not superposed, there's not multiples, they're not clustered at the tips, which would be an example of something like an oak. So we need to go down the all buds single, and the next question is, are the buds naked or with one scale that's more than 2 millimeters, buds 2 to 3 scales more than 2 millimeters, or buds with more than or equal to 4 scales or less than 2 millimeters. So of those 3 questions, the first one fits. Although we don't have buds which are naked, they've only got a single scale surrounding them. So we have to go to letters A, G. Once we're in AG, it's worth reading the top description. It says group AG, buds naked or with one scale, more than 2 millimeters. Again, you've got the bullet points, but in this case it doesn't help us anyway. So our first section to read is the black squares. Buds, are they naked and densely hairy, or buds with one scale, densely hairy to hairless? And in our particular specimen we've got no hairs, it's totally hairless, and also it's only got 1 scales. So we drop down. Next question then is stipial scars. Are they small or absent, not encircling the twig? And the buds are all lateral and less than or equal to 12 millimeters, occasionally up to 15 millimeters. Or the other option is stipial scar is a line encircling twig from the top of the leaf scar. So there's a ring around the stem. For us, the first question matches, and that tells us that we're a salix, a willow, and we need to go to sal, which is towards the end of the book. Once you're within salix or sal, page 155, it gives you a description here about the group, the genus as a whole, and also mentions things like hybrids occurring and how that can be an issue. So we've got two main sections of the key to start off with. Firstly, the square bullet points. Are we a tree or a shrub more than or equal to a metre, not rooting at nodes? Or are we a low shrub less than a metre, rooting at nodes? And in our case, we're a very tall, substantial tree, so we can discount the bottom row or cell C. So we now have to distinguish between cell A and cell B. So if we read twigs and or buds hairy to densely so, at least near the tip, or twigs and buds usually more or less hairless, then our specimen has got that lovely glossy look about it, and looking closely it has an absence of hairs, so it should go into cell B. Once we're in cell B, we can read the top description. It may be useful to look at the bullet points with the numbers in and see if that could shortcut us, but I'm going to ignore those for the moment and just look at the square boxes. So firstly, it says at least some buds more or less opposite, or the twigs are prunose, so having that sort of sheen that you can rub off, rather like say on a plum, where you rub it and it removes the bloom on the plum. Or the other option is all buds are alternate, twigs never prunose, and that's exactly our case. We've got a strongly alternate specimen, and no matter how much you handle the plant, it doesn't rub off this bloom. So we drop down a level. Next, twigs are moderate. That's usually 3 to 5 millimeters in diameter, and the buds are spreading. That's an unusual willow within the willow genus, in that goat willow, actually, they rather than be oppressed like our buds, they stick out at an angle. The other option in here is twigs are more or less slender, usually less than or equal to 3 millimeters diameter, and buds are more or less adpressed, and that's exactly what our specimen is. So we want to then drop down a second level to twigs more or less strongly ridged at least above midpoint, or twigs round to more or less angled. We don't have these really strong ridges on our specimen, so that gets rid of olive willow and almond willow, but we're in the second grouping. So then twigs branching at about 90 degrees, brittle at base, or twigs branching at less than 90 degrees, brittle at base or not, rarely slapping audibly. This can be slightly a tricky one. You need to have a look, have the whole specimen there, but after a while you can start to separate this in the field quite nicely. In our case, the branches come off at a less than 90 degree angle. They're relatively brittle, but not massive, not in such a way as crack willow. So then we drop down to branchlets strongly drooping or weeping, and that's, in our case, that's what our specimen is. And over the page we've got the other half, branches spiralling like a corkscrew. These are your corkscrew willows and some very weird and wacky non-natives introductions. Or branchlets not drooping or spiralling. So for our specimen it was strongly drooping, it's a weeping tree. So we then have two options it could be. The twigs are usually brittle at base, shiny yellow, or twigs moderately to strongly brittle, shiny olive brown. Now our plant, when we looked at it, the stems are incredibly yellow, they're a lovely golden yellow. When we start to compare the other characters, the widths, they're similar, 1.5 to 2 millimeters diameter. Occasionally adpressed hairy near tip or hairless. Pith more or less 5 angled, that doesn't help. The bud size was slightly on the bigger size, and they're very rounded, they're obtuse on the end, more or less obtuse, where they're more or less acute in weeping crack willow. So on comparing the two descriptions, we're more likely to actually have Salix times Sepulchralis chrysocoma, the golden weeping willow, than we are to have true weeping willow, Salix times pendula. And knowing the tree in their habitat and having keyed it out using other methods, I can confirm that it is golden weeping willow. This species has incredibly distinctive buds, these rather sharp, acute, long, narrow buds that remind me of a cigar. Other people have called them spindle-shaped. They are arranged alternately on the stems, and then the lateral buds spread at a very distinctive 45-degree angle. There's a tiny, tiny stipular scar present just beneath the buds, and it's showing just as a slight horizontal line on the pictures. and apart from the very sharp buds, there's no armour present, and it makes a significant substantial tree. Starting at the key to major divisions on page 17, again we have a plant which has strongly alternate leaves and bud scars and scales. So if we start with the 3 boxes, it's the first row we're going to take, so we're going to go to letter A. Within letter A we can quickly rule out the twigs being armed, so we go to the second of the couplets. Again it's a tree or a shrub, so we've ruled out it being a climber. And now we're at least some buds clustered at the twig tip or base of the twig, so like an oak. At least some buds superposed, one above the other, so you have a small and a little bud at each node. Or all buds single, stalked or sessile, and that's where we would go here. We've got a single bud at each node. We then drop down. Are our buds naked or with one scale? Well, looking at the image, we've got several scales. We've got probably about 8 or 9 plus. So the next one is buds with 2 to 3 scales. That doesn't fit. Or the last option is buds with more than 4 scales or less than 2 millimeters. And if we take it that we've got more than 4 scales, then we need to go that route. We then have to decide, are our twigs green or twigs not green? A word of warning as well is that sometimes algae can make your twig very green, so if you're in the wetter parts of the UK, then you might have that issue. But our twigs are a nice dark glossy mahogany brown colour. And then this is where I find that most people go wrong, and in fact I regularly go wrong at this point, so the only way to get round it is to go down multiple routes. So this is because looking for stipular scars, they can be incredibly hard to find on your specimen, often because they're minute or they're obscured by buds and bud scars. So the first question is, stipular scars are present on twigs, usually adjacent to the leaf scars, and it mentions about look carefully at several nodes, etc. Stipules are persisting, so they don't fall off or leave a scar, or stipular scars and stipules are absent. Now it'd be very easy for this species to just go straight onto stipular scars and stipules are absent, but actually if you look incredibly closely you'll find that they are present. But if you weren't sure if they're in a real world situation, then you go down the stipular scars absent route and find it wouldn't get you to a satisfactory answer, so you'd move up a level and maybe decide on stipular scars being present. If we take that as the case, our next 2 questions are lateral buds, are they more or less oppressed to the twig, so tight to the twig, and in this case they're really spreading from the twig, so that's where we go to AL. Once you're in AL, the first question is about your lateral buds, and the lateral buds should have the lowest scale directly above the leaf scar, or is the lowest scale offset, so not directly above. And it's it takes a little bit of getting used to visualize this, but once you've seen it, it's quite clear. In our case, the lateral buds, the lowest scale of the lateral buds is not immediately above the leaf scar, so we move on to that route. Then we have buds usually 9 to 25 millimeters, or the other option is buds less than 9 millimeters. And in our case, our buds are quite substantial. They're getting up to 25 centimeters, an inch long. Dropping in again are the twigs moderate, 4 to 5 millimeters wide, buds 7 to 12, and so on, in which case it would be Prunus cerulata, or the twigs more or less slender, about 1 to 3 millimeters diameter. And this is where we would go. There's a little warning here about Carpinus betulus, which is hornbeam, which can pretend to be other species, and although lots of the books describe the plant as having quite tightly, almost appressed buds, they can occasionally ping out and look quite odd. So we drop down into 3 species now. We're either a beech, we're a member of the Betula genus, or we're Nothofagus ruli. So to separate these, you need to look at your size of your buds, and the lateral buds should be 15 to 25 millimeters, 9 to 15 or 9 to 15. And in our case we've got quite substantial buds, they're closer to 25 millimeters. They're oblique to the leaf scar, they're standing out at an angle, spreading at around 60 degrees it says here. And if we carry on reading through the description, we find that it neatly matches the description for beech, Fagus sylvatica, a lot better than it does for the Betula or the Nothofagus. This is sometimes where beginners with this book struggle because they struggle to compare all the features. So what I would do is I'd be reading through and comparing each set. So firstly, lateral buds 15 to 25 as opposed to 9 to 15 in the lower two. That's a tick for the first one. Are the terminal buds similar or are they different? And compare them again. Are there any other features that he's underlined as well? John's used the underlining to show strong character. Our next specimen is a slightly quirky one. It was a small tree. Occasionally it grows as up to a large shrub, but can get up to the size of a small tree. I found in a churchyard recently. It's got these beautiful felty, fine silvery, downy hairs that coat its buds. They look rather like sort of rabbit's paws in texture. So the terminal bud is quite slightly conical, a single bud scale. It's incredibly obscured though by these downy hairs. And then the other buds further down the stem, the axillary buds, sorry, the lateral buds, they're a lot smaller. They're not as conical, but again, they're very downy. And notice the downiness also on the stems. Another unusual feature is the stipule scars, which encircle the stems completely. They start from just above the point where a leaf scar is, and then drop down and round and behind, and then back around again to the front and around the stem. And just above that point is where the bud comes from. So stipule scars are quite an interesting feature. They're quite diagnostic to one or two families as well. And also when I cut the plant and had a sniff of the wood, which I often do, you'll find that in this case, this species, it's quite an aromatic, quite a sweet, pleasant scent. At the key to major divisions, at 3 questions, we're going to answer buds and leaf scars are alternate, and we'll go to question A, or section A. At section A, we're then describing are the twigs armed with prickles or unarmed. In this case, we're an unarmed tree. We're also then separating, are we a climber or a tree or shrub? And in this case, again, we're a tree. And then we drop down a level, at least some buds clustered at tips, twig tip or base of twigs. That's not us. At least some buds superposed. That's not us. Or all buds are single. Occasionally 1 or 2 collateral, meaning there's a few maybe spare ones. And that sounds like us. We've got a single terminal bud. So our buds are either naked, usually densely hairy, that possibly looks like us, or with only 1 scale. So we could fit in there as well, whether we're struggling to separate whether we've got a bud scale there or we're densely hairy. The second question is buds with 2 to 3 scales, and the third question is buds with more than 4 scales. I think we can definitely rule out the more than 4, and we can rule out 2 to 3 scales because they're just not visible. If we were to carefully peel this specimen, we'd see that it just has a single infurling scale there. So that gets us to AG. At AG, we have to work a little bit harder. Do we have buds which are naked and densely hairy, things like sumac and older buckthorn? But when you look closely at those, you can see little primitive, little primordial leaves hidden away in there. Whereas in our case, we've got something that wraps all the way around, so we've got at least 1 scale. So one option is buds naked, densely hairy. No. The other option is buds with 1 scale, densely hairy to hairless. That's exactly what we've got. Dropping down, we've got stipule scars are small or absent, not encircling the twig. That would be the willows, the route we've gone previously. Or the other option is stipule scar is a line encircling the twig from the top of the leaf scar, and that's exactly what we've got. We then drop down again a layer, and this is where we've got several places we can come out. We're either a terminal bud, usually 10 to 50 millimeters, densely hairy to hairless, and reading a bit further on it says inner bark aromatic. That's a useful feature. The other option is terminal buds are 12 to 25 millimeters, so a little bit smaller than our buds. They're hairless, conical, and acuminates, just sharply pointed, often curved. That doesn't quite sound like us, certainly not the hairless bit. Or the next option is terminal bud is absent, and that would be the case of things like London planes, where actually the petiole of the leaf protects the newest growth, the buds, so there is never any exposed terminal bud. So out of all of those, the top question, terminal buds usually 10 to 50 millimeters, densely hairy to hairless, hairy in our case, twigs slender to stout, and with inner bark aromatic will get us to magnolia. Within group magnolia, there's quite a detailed description describing all of the features this group has. If we start looking at the major squares, we've got 3 questions to ask. Are the buds purplish black underneath any hairs and they're hairless to densely hairy? Are the buds green and more or less hairless in the lower half, densely silver hairy above, or the buds densely white or yellowish hairy? Well, in our case, we've got this lovely silvery white hair, so I'm going down into the into the third section, and then we've got leaf scars more crowded near the twig tip, or leaf scars more or less equally spaced along the twig. And in our specimen, they're evenly spaced along. Now we have to go over the page here, but we've got first is terminal bud is densely white, silky, hairy, with short, less than 0.5 millimeter, very adpressed hairs. The bud size is 1.5 to 2.5 centimeters, and they're very curved. They're quite a distinctive shape in Magnolia acuminata. The other option is terminal bud is densely white or yellowish, furry, hairy, with long spreading to more or less adpressed hairs. You can see on the image I've got that they're quite showy, quite long and spreading out. And it's not as substantial a tree as the previous species, which was cucumber and magnolia. So we're down to 3 species it could be. The first one, a terminal bud, is 2 to 3 centimeters with around 1 millimeter white, slightly spreading hairs. Terminal bud 1.5 to 2 centimeters with 2 to 4 millimeters yellowish spreading hairs. Or the last one, terminal bud 1 to 1.5 centimeters with 1 to 2 millimeters white spreading hairs. Now we have quite a large terminal bud, so that fits with the top one. Our hairs, though, are relatively short and they are white as opposed to yellow, so that rules out Magnolia stellata, and they're only slightly spreading as opposed to widely spreading for Magnolia salicifolia, willow leaf magnolia. Then if we compare the other features, the size of the lateral buds and the leaf scars, are they broad? In our case, they're broadly crescent shaped to heart shaped as opposed to crescent shaped. So overall, I think we've got a nice example here of source of magnolia, Magnolia silangiana. Now that you've had a taste of using the key by John Poland, I'd recommend going out and using your own copy of the book with a plant that you're familiar with. So whether that's a sycamore or a rowan or something like that, and attempt to key it out. And if you get stuck, you can always use the index at the back, and that will help you to know which part of the key you should have gone into. And then you can start to review whether you've maybe missed stipular scars rather, or any other feature, and in time that'll build up your skills using the key. Well, thank you for listening, taking the time to view this video. I hope you found it useful, and I hope it will give you a good introduction to how to use John Poland's field key to winter twigs. Good luck using it, and if you've got any questions that you'd like answering, then I'm happy to answer those by email. If you'll see on the last slide that there's our email address there, so drop me a line. Have a look around out for more practical ways to do winter tree ID, so going out with groups of people, and there's various courses run around the country, including by people like ourselves. So I hope to maybe see you one day and catch you in the wild or in a classroom enjoying looking at plants. Goodbye.
Well, that's the end of this afternoon programme. I know from the Q&A that came in that quite a few people had trouble with the sound at different places, and there were questions about can they have a look at this video again somewhere else. So Jim or Tom, can you answer that question please for me?
We'll put the video online on the website and on the BSBI YouTube channel, so, and hopefully possibly with a version that's got better sound.
Yeah, thank you. Great. both this afternoon's presentations mentioned useful books to get. So I think this is my chance to remind people that our usual Scottish Botanists Conference bookshop is open online, Summerfield Books, and I recommend that that should be your first place to go to pick up all these useful things. Now, shall I ask Jim to wrap up? Would you like to do that?
Yeah, yes, of course. Well, what a weekend. And thank you for participating. I hope the technical problems we've had along the way haven't been too much of a distraction for you. I think it was very difficult for the speakers using all this new technology and the additional stress of technology as well as presenting. I think a lot of them found it pretty tricky, but it all came together pretty well in the end, apart from the odd hiccup. But thank you for your patience and sticking with us. It has been fantastic. Reaching out to so many botanists across Scotland, UK and Ireland, the world. And I'd just like to thank all the speakers again, and because they've done a great job. I'd like to thank all the organisers. I'd particularly like to thank Tom, because he's one of the most stressful jobs of anyone to put it all together. We've, like I said earlier, we have all been in a very steep learning curve. However, we got there. Oh yeah, sorry, I should have thanked Louise and the comms team. Louise Marsh, our BSBI communications officer, the comms team, the committee for Scotland, who supported the project, our chairs, Julia and Lindsay, and everyone who's contributed to this weekend's workshop. Thank you very much, and thank you again. We're going to keep the Scottish Botanist Conference microsite live, probably right up until next year's conference. We'll obviously update it as that approaches. Thank you for joining us. At this point, I normally say safe journey home or something like that, but hey, you're at home. Okay, thanks. Bye for now.